I have a story I wanted to share from about 10 years ago that was one of the most terrifying things to happen to me. It's a rough story to tell because at the end of it all, I was pretty messed up, both physically and mentally. I don't want to give out too much information about where I live or where this happened for obvious reasons, but I will say it was in the Midwest, and where I live, we get some pretty serious winters. By that, I mean a lot of snow, a lot of accumulation, and a lot of the time the ground freezes over pretty bad. For the most part, the main cities are well taken care of, and they treat the roads, but when you get in between cities or suburbs, it's kind of a, we wish you the best of luck, hope you don't die situation. And I nearly did die, so their well wishes of luck didn't do much for me. As mentioned, this was about 10 years ago. I think it was the winter of 2011 into 2012, and what happened was in late December. I know this because I was actually driving home from my parents' house after having spent Christmas with them. It had become a bit of a tradition as I got older and moved away from home that I would spend at least a few days around the week of Christmas with them, and I've always been close to my parents, so I didn't really want to let them down. This year in particular, the weather getting there was fine, but the day before I was set to head home, the news had mentioned that we were going to get hit with a decent amount of freezing rain, followed by snow. If you don't live in an area where you get freezing rain snow mixes, let me tell you, it can be hell to go anywhere. That rain leaves a really nice layer of ice on the road, and then the snow just makes it that much more lovely. Seeing as how I had to drive about 3 hours to get from my parents' house to my home, I was watching the weather forecast pretty closely. Based on the forecast, if I left at 8 in the morning, I would be able to get most of the way home before the storm hit the area, so I made plans on that. Of course, my dad tried to convince me to wait it out and stay a couple of days longer, just in case, but I had to get back to work, and being that I was around 30 at this time, I kind of assumed that my plan would work and that, so long as I stuck with it, I would be fine. So the next morning, I got all my stuff together, got a shower in, and I spent about half an hour having coffee with my parents before I hit the road. I actually got out about 15 minutes before 8 and was even more convinced that I would be fine and that I would beat the wintry mix that was expected to completely cover the area. And of course, the only way to describe my hubris was sorely mistaken. I got out on the road, drove for about half an hour, and almost at exactly the 45-minute mark, I noticed small raindrops hitting my windshield. Of course, at this point, I had reached the outside of the city that my parents lived in, which meant that, for the most of the trip, the roads were not going to be treated at all. I was nervous, but kept telling myself that, so long as I kept the car going at a steady pace, I would make it before things got too bad. Plus, the odds of it getting really bad ahead of me were slim, right? I could totally beat the brunt of the storm. Yeah, I was way wrong. Within a few minutes of the rain starting, it hit a point where I could barely see in front of me. It was coming down so hard. I could tell that the road was starting to get slick in spots, so I slowed down some, but was still confident that if I just pushed on for a little while longer, I would be in the clear. Then after driving in the rain for probably close to 15 minutes, the flurry started, and they were massive chunks of snow that covered everything in a matter of minutes. By this point, I was actually getting nervous. The ground and the roads were starting to be covered, there were spots of ice everywhere, and the conditions were nowhere near ideal. The problem was, by then, I was about an hour and 10 minutes into the drive home. Neither continuing on the road nor turning back really seemed like a good idea. If I kept going, I could at least get most of the way there, or get through some of it and get home eventually, but turning back would be driving straight into where the storm was already hitting, and that would be even more dangerous. I really didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to just pull over where I was and see how bad it got, but if we were going to be covered in what was essentially an ice storm, then parking and waiting could have been honestly a death sentence. I was in a bit of a state of panic, so I decided I would call my parents' home phone and have them on speakerphone while I drove at a slow but steady pace down the road. My dad answered, and I immediately told him that he was right, that I should have just stayed there for an extra day or two. He told me to turn around, and I told him that I was already almost half of the way out, and turning around wouldn't work. We talked for a bit about how things were looking. He told me that the forecast had pretty much changed to don't go out unless it's life or death, which didn't help my anxiety. I just told him that I wanted to keep them on the phone for a while, just in case things went wrong. He agreed and then started telling me about just random things that he was going to have to do around the house and how much he was looking forward to having to shovel the driveway tomorrow. After about 10 minutes of this, I heard him say, "Uh-oh." I asked what was wrong, and he mentioned that the power had flickered and that he may lose me. I, of course, had called their home phone because it was the speed dial I had set on my phone. He then started saying that if they lost power, I should call them back on his cell phone, and as soon as he said that, the line cut out. I cursed my luck and then did something beyond astronomically stupid. I looked down and reached to grab my phone so I could call him back. As soon as I looked back up from the cup holder, which couldn't have been for more than half a second, my eyes met the road and saw the thing that messed me up psychologically. I saw a child in the road. I have to say that I am 100% certain that what I saw was a small child wandering out into the road. They had on a dark coat with a fur hood. They had long, curly red hair, which made me think it was a little girl, and she was wearing what looked like a long, dark dress that kind of puffed outward near the bottom. I can replay this imagery in my head without fail every single time I think about it. I have no idea why there was a child walking into the road, especially out here between cities in what was basically the middle of nowhere, but I'm certain there was. Of course, my instincts kicked in, and I slammed my brakes, which was also rather stupid of me. As soon as my brakes kicked in, my tire slid on the ice, and my car took a hard turn into the left and started to fishtail. Because I panicked and didn't correct my maneuvers, I ended up flipping my car multiple times onto the side of the road, and was nothing shy of lucky that I didn't smash into a tree or end up upside down. Thankfully, the car landed upright, and while I did black out for a few seconds, I eventually did get through the shock and was able to focus on things. My head was damn near hitting the roof of the car with how much it had been crushed down. The windows were all shattered. I could feel the blood on my face. I could tell that I was messed up, but I knew that I needed to get my phone if I was going to live. Otherwise, there was a good chance that I would freeze to death. Thankfully, I was able to reach my phone and hit the button to call my dad's cell phone. As soon as he answered, I cut off his cheerful greeting with, "Call 911. I flipped my car and I'm bleeding." He told my mom to call 911 on her phone, and he kept me on, talking to me and making sure I didn't pass out. It was a bit of a struggle trying to tell him where exactly I was, but the medical crew was able to figure it all out, and they got the ambulance to me within a fairly reasonable amount of time, especially considering how bad it was out there. By the time they got me out of my car and to the hospital, I was barely awake. I had lost a lot of blood, and I was certain that I was going to be in a lot of pain the moment the adrenaline wore off. By the end of it, I had a broken leg, a cracked pelvis, a fractured orbital socket from where I smacked my head on my window, which I don't even remember. I had multiple contusions on my head and all over my body, multiple cuts on my face, and definitely had a fairly major concussion. So the fact that I was able to get my phone and get the call out to my dad was pretty much a miracle. Of course, when I told EMS that there was a child out in the woods that walked onto the road, they had to report it to the police so they could do a search. A child wouldn't live long in that storm, so they had to be sure there wasn't. They never found a little girl, and I was basically told that it was probably a deer or something like that, and I misremembered because of my head injury. I can tell you right now that it was not a deer. I know what a deer looks like, and my memory up to the accident is crystal clear. It was definitely a little girl, though at this point, I don't think she was a living little girl. Part of me thinks this was some kind of spirit that was trying to kill me and nearly succeeded. So that's the story of the time I nearly died in the middle of a winter storm in the middle of nowhere. Ever since then, if there's even a hint of snow, I will stay and wait it out, because I'm convinced that that little girl is some kind of demonic spirit out there just waiting for it to snow so that they can walk out into the road and potentially lure motorists to their death. Back when I was young, I used to live in a small suburb outside of a decent-sized town that was pretty quiet. For the most part, I don't recall anything about it being creepy or my parents ever telling me to avoid any people that live there or anything like that. They taught me all about stranger danger and such, but very rarely did I ever feel uncomfortable about people that were around. The event that this story is about was probably the only time anything ever happened that made me scared of people, and that's probably why it's so burned into my brain. At the time this happened, I was around 10 years old. The walk from my house to the school took me somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes every morning, but it was a fairly straight shot. I would take my road to the end, go left, and then take the road the rest of the way to the actual school. Like I mentioned, the suburb was incredibly quiet, so my parents never really had a problem with me walking, and along the way I would typically run into a friend or two, and we would just walk the rest of the way. On this particular morning, for whatever reason, there didn't seem to be anyone else on my morning route, which was unfortunate, but not something that was incredibly unusual. I was about 10 minutes into my walk when I noticed a truck had been pulling up behind me slowly. At first, I thought it might have been our neighbor because it was the same kind of truck, so I turned to wave hello and be polite, but when I looked, it wasn't him. I had no earthly idea who the guy was. As soon as I realized it wasn't my neighbor, I took a slight step back, but then the guy leaned over to the passenger side and started talking to me. I remember he asked me if I had seen a dog running around the street. I responded and told him that I hadn't, and he asked me if I was sure and was really pushy and adamant that the dog was around. I once again told him that I hadn't seen a dog on my walk at all. He then reached his hand over and pushed the door open and smiled while asking me if I would help him find his dog. I told him that I had to go to school and that I was sorry. I wasn't really sorry. There were definitely alarm bells going off in my head at this point, even being 10. I then said that I had to go and told him good luck on finding his dog. As soon as I said this and turned to keep walking, the man pulled up more to match my pace and looked over at me with a much angrier look, then said, "I need your help finding him, please. He's my best friend and I really need to find him. I really think you could help me find him. Now please, Michael, get in the truck. I'll take you to school afterwards." At this point, I was really confused because I had no idea who this guy was and he somehow knew my name. It could have been a guess, sure, but it was a lucky guess if so. Part of me actually thought about getting in the car because he knew my name. But thankfully, I thought about it for a second, and I think my instincts were telling me the truth about the situation. Basically, my brain was saying, do not get in that truck. I just told him again that I needed to get to school and that I hoped he found his dog. And as soon as I said that, I started running toward the school. I heard him yell something aggressive toward me, but I just kept going. After a few moments, I got to school. When I got in, I was pretty clearly out of breath, having run most of the way, and one of the teachers asked me if I was okay. I ended up telling her about the guy in the truck, but she basically told me that I probably misunderstood the situation and that it wasn't a big deal. After that, I kind of forgot about it, mostly because I was a kid and had to deal with class, so it wasn't on my mind for most of the day. When school got out and I went to walk home, I noticed that truck from that morning was parked in the lot out front. As soon as I saw it, I immediately went back into the school and asked the office if I could call my parents because I needed to ask them to come get me. At first, she didn't seem to want to let me, but then I started talking about feeling sick. I told her that I thought I was going to throw up, and she pretty quickly changed her tune. I ended up calling my mom and asked if she could come pick me up. She ended up coming to get me, and on the way home, she asked if I was okay because it was unlike me. I ended up explaining the whole situation to her. I told her about what happened that morning with the truck, that the man kept telling me he needed my help, and that he knew my name. I will always remember the look on my mom's face when I told her about this. She mentioned that I did the right thing by not trusting the man, and she told me that no adult would ever ask a child for help. They would ask another adult, and that the man probably had bad intentions. She also told me that she was a bit upset that I didn't call her when I got to the school to tell her, and I mentioned that I had told the lady at the school, but she told me that I had just misunderstood the situation. After this all happened, I wasn't allowed to walk to school anymore, and my mom worked with a few other parents in our neighborhood to create a group of kids that walked together every day. She also went in and spoke with the principal and told him about the whole thing, and they took things like this a lot more serious. Not that there were many more events that were reported, but anytime something was reported, letters were sent home with the description of the person, vehicle, and any other pertinent information. Honestly, I know that there wasn't much that happened in the story, but I'm glad that it actually got the process for the school to change, and I was pretty proud when my mom told me that I did the right thing. I don't recall ever seeing that truck again, nor that man, and I kept an eye out for it every morning that we all walked to school. It might not be scary to other people, but to me, like I said, it was terrifying, and I think a good lesson to take from this, for everyone out there, make sure your kids know what is and isn't normal for an adult to do when speaking to them, and to always be on alert when they're out in public, especially alone. This story takes place about 10 or so years ago, back when I was around 18 years old, and I was a much more fit and active young man. Back then, I lived in the northern part of Oklahoma, which was where I was born and raised for pretty much the first half of my life. This area was gorgeous. I lived near a certain native reservation, and it was a really lovely place with a lot of wilderness and trails and woods. I didn't live on the reservation, but I lived in an area near it, and I had a lot of friends that did live there, including my then boyfriend, Zach. I was super serious about nature back then. I would honestly hike and bike through the recreation area, and I spent so many days of my younger years in the natural area. I spent so much time there that I would say I had memorized all of the trails and paths throughout. I would spend entire days on the trail sometimes, heading out around 10 or 11 in the morning, and then I wouldn't get home until dinner or when the sun was setting. As I said, my boyfriend lived on the reserve, and he was great about going on the trails with me, but at the same time, he just wasn't a big of a trail nerd as I was. There would be times when I would head over to his place to spend time with him, but would end up biking down on the trails later into the afternoon. He would typically stay home and do whatever he was doing, and because of this, I was usually alone in the woods, just me, my thoughts, and a bunch of trees. While I loved each of the trails and spent a lot of the time going as far into the forest as I could and went out to find new areas, there was one specific trail that I was very partial to. I don't recall if it had a name, but this trail I personally dubbed the downstream path. I named it as such because it went alongside a stream and it was downhill, which was super creative, right? This trail was my favorite for a handful of reasons. The path was beautiful. There were trees on one side and the stream on the other. You could get a lot of speed as you took the downhill, and it was mostly remote, so there was very little risk of ever crashing into another person or running into other hikers. On the specific day of this event, I was riding the trails alone. It was really early in the day, and I don't recall the exact time, but Zach wasn't awake yet, and there was no other foot traffic on the path. I was riding the trails and was just happily taking in the morning air and enjoying the cool breeze when I came up toward the hill where the downstream path starts. I was really feeling the cool air that day, and there was seriously no one else on the path, so I figured why not just hop on the trail and go crazy with it. I hopped over to the top of the hill and stared down at the lower parts of the forest. There was a thin haze that was rising over the stream and through the trees, and it was absolutely lovely. I geared up for the downhill and took off. I was riding down the hill and picking up speed and was probably going way too fast for my own personal safety. I was taking the bends and curves tightly as I approached them and feeling the energy and adrenaline of the ride when I took one of the curves way too fast and too sharp, and as I was trying to straighten out the wheel and regain my bearings, I hit a bump and ended up ditching the bike and landing in a small section of the woods flat on my back, staring straight up at the morning sky. I was just sitting there and lying on my back, staring up at the dark blue and the tops of the trees. I was trying to catch my breath and sorting through what exactly happened as the moment of fog slowly lifted out of my brain. Landing square on your back after crashing out at a high speed will absolutely make you see stars and make it to where the moment feels like the world is spinning. To be honest, the whole thing was almost comfortable until I started to hear the sounds of the forest after a few moments. Then I started hearing what sounded like heavy steps somewhere around me, steps that had some real weight and heft behind them. While I ignored them for a couple seconds, my thoughts went through what it could be. Then it occurred to me that I was in a forest in Oklahoma, which meant that there was a very real possibility of it being a black bear. I quickly sat up and started to look around me for a bear, but honestly didn't see anything at first. After sitting confused and trying to see what exactly it was, again thinking it was a bear, I saw what was actually making the sounds. And while it wasn't a bear, I kind of wish it was. In the forest line, around 30 or so feet away from me, there was some sort of creature that was standing by the stream. This thing stood to be at least 6 or 7 foot tall. Its entire body was covered in dark brown hair that was a bit matted and coarse. Its mouth was elongated and it had large pulled back ears, and while it wasn't snarling, I could see that it had fairly large teeth. It had the stature of a man to some extent, but it was taller and lankier than any man I had ever seen. If I had to describe it in a few words, I would say this damn thing looked like a stereotypical werewolf. This thing was just standing there and staring at me, kind of like it was trying to size me up and determine if I was worth its time. The entire time, which was probably a few seconds, my heart was racing, and I could feel myself starting to hyperventilate in a panic. I was trying to stay still, and I was trying to remain calm, but this thing could have killed me, and I honestly thought I was about to die. Thankfully, after those few moments, this thing slowly knelt down and slowly stepped away from me and back toward the stream. Each step that he took made my heart skip a beat, and it felt like it pulled the air from my lung. When I was certain that it was far enough away that it was no longer interested in me, I slowly stood up and grabbed my bike and stepped back toward the trail, then hopped on and took off like a bat out of hell. When I got back to Zach's house, he could tell that I was freaking out, and he asked me what was going on. I told him about how I was riding down the trail and how I crashed, and then I told him that I saw that weird creature in the woods. I described it as best I could, pretty much like a werewolf. Then out of nowhere, Zach says, "Oh, like a dogman?" Then he goes on to tell me that there have been sightings of the dogman in the woods on the reservation. Then he goes on to drop the bombshell that I was lucky because apparently this creature could have torn me to shreds, and basically no one would have ever found my body. My boyfriend Dan and I genuinely used to love taking long, almost impromptu road trips to places that we've never been. Typically in the spring and fall, around our birthday months, mine is April, his is October, we would randomly decide on where to go, load up the car, and just head out into the road. Of course, he would have to schedule the time off, and I would have to make sure my clients knew that I would be out for a few days, so they weren't 100% impromptu, but there was always some planning and scheduling, but we would pretty much randomly choose our destination the week of the trips. He and I have been together for close to 10 years now, and we did this every year from the 5th year we were together all the way to 2019. When we had the money and the time, we would just go. On this particular trip, back in early 2019, that this whole glitch happened, we had actually planned to take a long drive from our home in Madison Heights, Michigan, all the way out to a place called Bryce Canyon National Park in southern Utah. This trip was a particularly long one. It's about a 28-hour drive, so we had planned on taking a little more than a week off, and we were going to stop around the halfway mark somewhere between the southwestern tip of Nebraska and the top corner of Colorado. If you've ever driven that little section of the country, there really isn't much there between North Platte and Sterling, but it's still beautiful, at least to me. I remember this whole plan because I recall how much we had planned on this specific trip. It was a bit out of character for us to do so much plotting along the way, but we felt it was necessary due to the length of the drive. And while some people may say that we could have just gone straight through if one of us slept and one of us drove, the problem with that is that I actually don't have a license due to a medical issue that I'm not going to get into here. But he obviously knew this, and he was totally fine with driving and stopping midway, plus it gave us more time to take it all in, which is the point of road trips anyways. The plan as stated was to leave our home at 5 in the morning, drive all the way out to the tiny tourist town of Ogallala, Nebraska, and spend the night there. This would be about 16 hours, and then the remainder of the trip from Ogallala to Bryce Canyon in the morning, which was only about 11 hours. Splitting it with the majority in the first half meant that we could go a bit slower on the trip through literally all of Colorado if necessary, and we would get there at a good time to check into a hotel. We followed this plan as we had basically written it. We left home on time, got out to Ogallala, stayed there overnight, and then planned to head out in the morning. While day 1 was perfect, it was day 2 where things kind of went awry. We both woke up in a slight bit of a panic because when we opened our eyes, we noticed it was already sunny out. Our plan was to head out around 5 in the morning and get there at 5 or 6 in the evening. But when we checked the clock, it was already 8:30. For some reason, Dan's phone didn't charge and had died overnight, which caused our main alarm to not go off. And while this isn't necessarily the glitch, we checked the charger in the outlet, he unplugged the phone and plugged it back in, and it started charging. Definitely weird, but not what this story is about. Because we woke up late, we decided to go ahead and just get breakfast since our plan was already messed up. We stopped at a local diner, had our food, enjoyed the late morning, and headed out onto the highway at around 10:30 or so. This meant if we drove directly, we would get to our hotel destination at 10, the earliest, so it wasn't too bad, but it was still off schedule, which definitely upset Dan. I told him it was fine and that losing a few hours was acceptable since we planned to take it slow today anyways. After a bit, we were on the road and at a steady pace, so things got as close to back on track as they could. After about 3 hours on the highway, heading straight for our destination, Google Maps made a comment about there being heavy traffic ahead or something about an accident, I can't remember, and it recommended an alternate route that would add about 20 minutes to our time. Again, Dan was upset, but we relented and took the route that it said we should. Adding this extra half hour meant that we would get there at around 11, and we should be entering Utah around 6 or so. This is where the glitch happens. By this time, we had been on the road for 3.5 hours, and we got on the road at 10:30 a.m. This means that it was only around 2 in the afternoon. Only a few minutes after we get back into the route, Google Maps chimes in again and does its little, "Welcome to Utah." When it said this, I chuckled and said, "See, we're making good time," which was apparently the wrong thing to say, because my boyfriend pulled the car over and just stared at the phone blankly. I asked him what was going on because it kind of freaked me out. He just slowly looks over at me, then back to the phone, then back at me with a look of pure shock. At first, for me, it didn't click, but he quickly explained why he was so confused. There was absolutely no way for us to already be hitting Utah. It is around 7 hours to get from Ogallala to Utah border on 70 West, which is the highway we had been taking. We left at 10:30 because we woke up late. We added half an hour because of the accident, which meant it was going to be 7.5 hours after when we left at the minimum, which was going to be somewhere in the realm of 6 p.m. or later. The time it said that we had entered Utah and the time on the clock was 2:18. Based on this time, we would have had to have been going at a ridiculous speed to get there at that time, which we weren't. He was adamant that it was impossible, but he reloaded maps on his phone, made me load it up on my phone, and then he checked the clock on everything we owned. They all synced up. We were 4.5 hours away from Bryce Canyon. It was 2:18 p.m. Somehow, without any logical explanation, we had managed to get ourselves pretty much back on the original schedule, despite waking up late and the delay on the road. I didn't have an explanation, but I was happy to chalk it up to some kind of miracle. He was not. He was in a weird state of panic, But after a while, we got back on the road and pressed on. We got to the hotel at around 6, checked in, and he went straight to sleep for the night, which was a bummer, but I could tell this whole thing had messed with his head. Thankfully, it didn't affect him enough to ruin our trip or anything, but it was enough for that to be our last road trip for a while. Obviously, we've missed out on a few because of COVID, but we didn't go anywhere at the end of 2019 or pretty much of 2020, mostly because of him. As much as he won't admit it, I feel like this whole thing has actually given him a weird fear of driving long distances, which is not something he had prior. I'm hopeful that I'll be able to get him to go on a trip this year, but I'm not holding my breath. That's my glitch, and it's one that I still do not have an answer for to this day. So this may seem a bit lame when it comes to a glitch story, but to me it's really, really strange. Some backstory that may or may not seem really all that relevant. I am 27 years old and I work in computer network systems. When I was in high school, I took all the computer classes that I could in order to get myself in a position that I would be comfortable working with computers and such on a daily basis. I didn't really expect to go into network systems, but I found my niche and I'm comfortable in what I do now. I make decent money, and while my actual dream was to become a software developer, I'm fairly happy with my life as it is. I even took a year of intro to programming when I was in high school. It was basically a primer with the overall structure of programming, how to properly write code, and even some projects using Python. It was a super basic class, but I had a good time in it, and I learned a few things over the year that I had the class. Honestly, it was one of my favorite classes, mostly because the teacher was a super funny guy, and he was all about making the class and learning the concepts fun. I remember that we actually had a few projects, one where we had to write a pseudocode to program a robot to do our homework. There was a group project where we had to actually do a full stack mock-up. That's everything from the front end to the back end, by the way, so user interface to background code. I promise you that all of this is important. There's a reason I'm mentioning it. Fast forward to a few years ago in 2020, and my brother landed a job as a back-end software developer. Basically, he writes the code that works on the actual back end of the system. He's a year younger than me, and he's always kind of followed in my footsteps, up to and including my interest in IT and coding. Unfortunately, my love for coding stopped after high school. It may have been one of my favorite classes, but I wasn't any good at it, and I tried my damnedest to get the hang of it. That said, he took to it super quick. He learned the ins and outs of coding, and he was beyond proud to have landed this gig. So all this out of the way, here's where the weirdness actually starts to kick in. When my brother told me that he got the software development job, I was ecstatic. I told him congrats, and we had some excited idle chit-chat. Then I made a quick joke about how he better be careful, or else I would ask him to get me a job with him. He laughed and responded with, "You never liked programming. You wouldn't want to do this job." I then reminded him that I took a programming class in high school because I wanted to be a software developer, and his humored laugh turned into a confused stare. He then tells me that I never took a programming class, and that if I had, he would remember it. I then told him that it was Mr. Smith's programming class, and that I learned the basics, and then we also learned some Python. He then tells me straight that Mr. Smith never taught a programming class, and that I never took a fundamentals of coding class. We bantered back and forth for a few minutes, and I bet him dinner that I would get my transcripts and prove to him that I did take the class. He took me up on it. I went upstairs into my office, and pulled my education documents out of the drawer of my desk, which is basically just my degrees and transcripts in case I ever needed them. I sort through them until I get to my high school transcript and I start going over the years. I go over them once and I don't see a programming class. I started thinking about it and I figured it must have been my junior year based on how long I had left, and I remembered that a buddy of mine took the class with me and he was a year ahead of me, so it would have had to have been before senior year. I combed over the classes, and according to my new transcript, I never took a coding class with Mr. Smith. This class that I distinctly remember taking, that I remember all the projects, the basics, the topics that we went over, it never existed, and I never learned anything about any of it. What's really confusing to me, in junior year, there's now a class that I took that I don't remember. Introduction to Photography and Videography. Something that I have absolutely zero interest in, yet I apparently took it for a year. Even more interesting, this class was instructed based on the documentation by a David Smith, the Mr. Smith that I remember teaching the programming class. I somehow ended up in a timeline where my education changed, and I apparently never learned something that I remember learning. I know that one possibility is that my official transcript is incorrect. I just don't think that's the case, honestly. These are official documents, and I've had them for 8 years. I feel like I would have noticed that there was an incorrect class on the document when I submitted them for my college application or when I graduated and got them. In the end, I guess I'm just crazy and remember stuff I never learned. And unfortunately, I'm still no good at it. Oh, and I had to buy my brother Chipotle. It was his choice. When I started high school, I feel I had some pretty close encounters due to my naivety. I'm a female and had very poor self-esteem, so while I did have some close friends, I was also quiet and reserved. However, as I was going into a new school, I wanted to put myself out there more. I wanted crazy memories with my friends. I wanted to try new things and maybe get my first boyfriend. So in order to do this, I wanted to change myself so I could be happy with who I was. My birthday was over the summer, so I saved up as much money as I could and finally convinced my parents to let me dye my hair a deep purple and black, and even started doing some of those makeup tutorials. I know it may sound stupid to some, but I know there were a lot of girls that felt the same way as me at the time. Again, I know it sounds stupid now, but it really made a difference to me. I walked into that school for the first time feeling like a different person, except I was still the quiet, smart girl in the back. The first few months were not unusual. My friends and I hung out between classes. All 4 of us were able to dye our hair, so we had a bit of an ego boost, and we did have some people notice too. There was one girl in particular, Shelby, that was on the choir team that complimented my hair, which made me feel great because she was one of the more charismatic girls. She wasn't the mean and popular type because she was genuinely friendly with anyone, and she had a lot of friends, but she just never really talked to me except for in passing. That's where things started changing for me. While my friends and I were leaving PE, we were singing some stupid song when Shelby complimented me on my voice. She was in the same class, so she could hear us. She said I should try for choir next year, which I never would have thought about being the person I was. From there, she began talking to me more. I would help her on assignments in class, and she even brought in her makeup once to do mine before first period. We started hanging out outside of school and became pretty close friends. Me hanging out with Shelby also meant I was around more guys than just my brother and his friends. The ones she hung around started paying attention to me, and I didn't dislike it. It was different and something I wanted out of high school. One night, Shelby was staying over at my house and helping me dye my hair again. While we were waiting, we started messing around on my laptop. She showed me her Facebook page and a few other sites that she would go on, and showed me another website that I had never heard of before. To explain it the best I can, it was supposed to be like a blog targeted towards teenagers as a safe place to talk about your concerns, fears, things like that. You could vent there or just share your creativity. It was all text-based, so you couldn't send or receive pictures. Shelby posted a lot of lyrics to her favorite songs or poems she wrote. She said there was a private message option, which was like an email, but still no media could be sent or received. She said she used this a lot since her parents monitored her email too. So I followed and set up an account as well. She helped me set up her personalized wallpaper and bio, and pretty quickly I had a lot of supporters, which were like friends or followers. I started using this daily. I would post music lyrics, poems, or songs I wrote, little tidbits about my day, and so forth. I even tried helping others that were not in a good state of mind when I could. It almost became like a job for me. That was the problem, though. I do admit I had been told by teachers on a few occasions to put my phone away, and once had it taken away by a teacher. It was my English teacher. He was weird in the sense that he was always cheerful to talk to, especially when we first got into class. If you needed help with something or needed more time on a project, as long as it wasn't abused, he was willing to help. But if you interrupted him in even the slightest during lecture, he seemed to come unglued. He would slam his hand on a desk, do that ear-piercing whistle thing, and I, unfortunately, got caught on my phone and he took it from me. I had to get it back from him at the end of the day. I was more careful with having it out, especially in his class. Going back to this site, other than what it was intended for, some people used it to set up fights. It unfortunately was not blocked on the school's network, so when one larger fight took place, they were able to check the history under their logins and see this site. Because of this, the site was blocked from the school network, and the teachers were not very well aware of this too, and started monitoring harder for phones that were out. I was not a fighter, so I never used it for that. But I did on occasion have a few guys on there that I talked to and flirted with. There was even a new section added where you can give people virtual gifts for points, which you earn for doing certain tasks, such as logging in, making a post, things like that. The gifts can then be sent with a name, or you can send it anonymously. I got a few from people I knew, but then I started getting ones weekly that were anonymous. I thought it was cool and showed my friends to gauge if they were doing it. They claimed they didn't and were just as excited and curious as myself to know who it was. I figured if not them, maybe it was a mutual friend, or maybe I really did just have an admirer. So I made a post about it, saying something about how I appreciated them. The next day, I got a response from a username I wasn't familiar with, saying it was them and that they were happy I liked them. My friends didn't recognize the name either, so me being me, deduced it as someone who did actually like me. From then on, they would reply to all my posts with a compliment on it, then would call me beautiful, gorgeous, etc. I really didn't mind it for a while. I started getting private messages from the same person saying I was perfect for them. I tried asking who they were, but all they would tell me was that they went to the same school, but were too scared to approach me. I tried to convince them to, but they always refused, but the messages didn't stop. Hello, beautiful. Good morning, princess. I hope my goddess has a great day. I remember the messages like that because they creeped me out to this day. and I have troubles with hearing it now. This went on for a while, but it started getting old. That's all they ever did, so I started ignoring it. I don't think they liked that though, because they began to beg me to acknowledge them, and they finally got that when the messages became more explicit and vulgar, started talking about my body and what they would do to me. I still didn't have a boyfriend, so I didn't even know how to react to that. So I just decided to block that person. After about a week or so, I started getting the same type of messages from a new name, so I immediately blocked it too. Thinking they may have gotten the hint, I moved on as normal. Towards the end of the semester, PE then had swim classes, and since it was my last period for the day, sometimes I would just walk home in my swimsuit and cover up. By the time I had gotten home and showered, I had messages from a new person that specifically mentioned my swimsuit and something along the lines of how it was hard to resist not snatching me up from the name of my street. Now, this made me panic a bit because now I am really being followed and they know where I live. I just sent them a message saying to leave me alone and blocked them again. They didn't stop. I can't tell you how many more this person made and how many more messages I would get where they just got worse and worse. They would describe what I was wearing or where I was when they saw me, what they wanted to do to me, and even kept saying they were going to take me away and kept putting the date and counting down the days. April 17th. I hate that day now. There's always something there that makes me think I need to watch my back on that day. This all started to crash down when we were in study hour and Shelby asked me about going to her birthday party, and it was going to be the weekend of April 17th. I lost it. I felt horrible, but part of me thought it was her screwing with me this whole time, and I started yelling and crying. The teacher walked me to the counselor's room where I told her everything that was happening. My parents were called in and they called the cops to have it all reported. They weren't upset that I hadn't told them about it, but were more so concerned about finding out who did this to me. Since they thought it was a fellow student at first, and they knew the students had access to the site at the school, they began trying to trace back the usernames that were messaging, so I had to go back in and unblock those names as well. To my surprise, they were eventually able to find out who had created those and who was messaging me. It was our English teacher. This sick freak was messaging those explicit things to me, and after checking his computer, they found out I wasn't the only one. He was definitely arrested and is in prison now. The website is gone too. It only got worse from there, and it ended up being shut down, thankfully. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Feeling like you have to look over your shoulder everywhere you go is just an awful way to live. And parents, no matter how much they may hate you for it, monitor what your kids do online. You have no idea some of the things that can and do happen right under your nose. I've never really told anyone about the story, with very few exceptions. Basically, I've only mentioned it to 2 people. One I married, and one that isn't really in my life anymore. It didn't really matter when I mentioned it to them, mostly because it was several years after the fact, and they didn't really seem to be interested in it when I told them about it, which probably speaks to why they aren't in my life anymore. That said, I was listening to a few YouTube narrators tell creepy encounter stories, and I realized that I could go ahead and tell my story to the internet, and maybe someone there would care. And maybe I'm overreacting with the whole thing, but it was just one of those situations that seriously freaked me out when I was younger, and still kind of makes me sick to my stomach when I think about it now. I was young when this happened, like 14 or 15. Now, to tell you a bit more about who I was and how my life was back then, when I was around 6, I ended up in the foster system and had been cycled through a couple of families for various reasons. One of the things that you're not really told about the foster system, that you have to be a part of it to realize, there are people that adopt kids for money. It is absolutely a thing that happens, and when it does, the kids usually don't live their best lives. I was one of those kids. My foster parents had 4 other adoptees that they pretty much just ignored, and they collected a check each month from the government. Because of this, I was pretty much left to my own devices from the time I was 6 to the time I was 16. After that, I had actually moved out of the foster home and in with a friend of mine whom I actually ended up marrying. Being left to do whatever I wanted most of my life led me to doing things I shouldn't have. I'm not going to beat around the bush. When I was 14 or so, I had done a few different drugs, and I was already drinking pretty frequently with people I should not have been hanging out with. I honestly don't even remember how I ended up with the crowd that I did, but I would frequently go out after school on Fridays and hang out with people that were older than me. I would drink with them until I would black out or until I couldn't feel anything. Surprisingly, none of them ever did anything to me. I was 14 and very vulnerable, and seeing as how I would black out at the house with 4 or 5 guys that were anywhere between 17 and 24, they easily could have sexually assaulted me, but none of them even tried to hit on me. I think they looked at me as a younger sister, not enough to try and steer me on the right path, but enough that none of them looked at me like that. That said, this specific event and situation was one where I wish I would have just drank until I blacked out and slept it off over there, but I didn't. Now, for the most part, I would get to the point where I would have zero memory of the night before, but on this night, I wasn't feeling it and only drank enough to be numb. I was still mostly conscious and able to focus. Because of this, I decided that around 1:30 in the morning, I would walk from their house to home, which wasn't too far, but it was definitely far enough that a drunk 14-year-old girl should not have been walking it, especially considering it was January and somewhere in the neighborhood of 0 degrees Fahrenheit. But brave, stupid little old me was completely invincible and wanted to go home so I could sneak in and sleep in my own warm bed. I have no idea why I wanted to do that. I would have been warm and safe there. I just know I wanted to. The walk home started simple enough. I told them I was leaving, walked out into the snow-covered yard, and tried to keep my footing on the frozen sidewalk. About 300 feet away from the house, I started thinking that this was stupid and that I was going to freeze to death or fall and break something. But I was also a dumb kid and decided to just buck it up and go the whole way. Now, I wasn't exactly bundled up for snow, but thankfully it had stopped, and at this point, I just had to deal with the wind and freezing cold. I had a coat, sure, but I was also wearing shorts, which was something I was definitely regretting pretty quickly. Despite these complaints, I was determined, and after about half an hour, I was at the home stretch. I could see my front yard from the corner I was at, and I would be there in somewhere close to 5 or 10 minutes. As soon as I took the turn onto my street, I heard that sound of a front door and screen door opening and then closing just to my left. I didn't think much of it at first, but then I heard someone yell, "Hey!" in my direction. I wanted to ignore it, but my inebriated brain told me to look over and see who was calling for me, which was dumb because I didn't know any of the people on the street, with the exception of our direct neighbors. I glanced over to see who it was, and my stare was met with an older man, probably somewhere in his 60s, standing in his yard with his hands on his hips, and literally no clothes on. When I say no clothes, I mean nothing. No underwear, no robe, no socks, no shoes, not even a hat or anything. He was hanging out in all of the glory of the day he was born. As soon as I made eye contact, his angered face quickly turned to a devious smile, and he said, "Why are you out here so late, sweetheart?" I turned back to look ahead so as to not be staring at this naked dude surrounded by snow, and just said, "I'm just walking home, sorry to bother you," which was probably just the response that came from my dumb drunk brain. He then starts to walk towards me from his front door and says something like, "Why don't you come on in? It's cold out here." To which that same drunk brain decided to be a smartass, and I say, "Yeah, I can tell." As soon as I made my snide quip, this dude started yelling obscenities at me as loud as he could and started to speed up in my direction. As soon as I heard him running towards me, I took off in a sprint towards my house. I turned back and saw that he was following me as fast as he could. Thankfully, I was about 50 years younger and probably close to 200 pounds lighter at the time, so I was able to get a bit of a lead. Unfortunately, around the point where I hit my yard, I realized two things. It was 1:30 in the morning, no one in my house was awake, and I didn't have a key to the front door. My original plan of sneaking in wouldn't have worked as it was, and at this point, I was stuck with having to break in, but that wasn't going to work since I had the naked old man seriously tailing me into my own yard. The only thing I was going to be able to do was get into my backyard and hope that the outside door to the detached garage was unlocked, and then hope that he would eventually give up on his chase. I got to my yard and hopped the wooden fence, and immediately was hopeful that would be enough to stop him. Almost as if he read my mind, he literally shouted out, "Oh, you're gonna make me work for you, huh?" The tone of his voice seriously sickened me, and just replaying it in my head makes me get those same chills down my spine. I took off around the house and got to the rear garage door, and almost as if God himself responded to my panicked request, I grabbed the knob and turned. I literally leaped into the garage and shut the door behind me, then locked it. I was sitting there on the ground with my back against the door, freaking out and thinking that this guy was seriously going to get me, that he was going to break the glass on the door and open it, then abduct me. I heard him huffing and shouting at me, saying things like how he only needed me for a couple minutes, and how he promised it wouldn't hurt too much. This guy was seriously a predator, and he was hunting me. I heard him walking around the backyard. I heard him put his hands on the garage doorknob and try it. Then I heard him yell and walk away. I would have to guess that he didn't realize I was in there because he kept walking around and calling out for me. I want to reiterate that this naked old man had run after me in the snow, climbed over a fence into my home's backyard, and was still yelling out for me. He obviously had no shame and no care about whether or not someone saw him or noticed him. He had a one-track mind, and getting to me was that track. At some point in time, my brain gave up and my drunk self started to doze off, sitting on the floor of the garage. I was freezing cold, drunk, and scared, but I was also exhausted, and I ended up just falling asleep right there against the door. My guess is, when he realized I wasn't outside anymore, or wasn't in a place he could get to, he gave up and went back home. Mostly because when I woke up, it was to one of my older brothers opening the garage door to leave for work. He basically just told me to go inside and go to bed, which I did, mostly because I knew that the hangover was going to suck. This was seriously the most terrifying thing to have ever happened to me. The fact that this old naked man was willing to run out into the freezing weather, chase me down the street, and enter into my backyard to get to me, then yell while outside my home about what he was going to do to me was, well, it was horrifying. It's even worse that either no one in my family woke up to it or cared enough to see what the hell was going on. Like I said, I'm much older now, pushing into my late 40s, and am married to someone that does actually love me. It just pains me and sickens me to know what he was probably looking to do to me, and I'm thankful for the fact that I was able to get away from him. But I also worry with how brazen he was about everything. I'm thinking I may not have been the first person he targeted. Back when I was about 17, I took a job at a local fast food restaurant that had only one location, and they specialized in chicken. Not really relevant what they served, but I will say that it was probably one of my favorite places to eat because it was seriously good. Plus, I had my own little ways of making things even better when I ordered food, the quirks of knowing the kitchen. That said, as good as the food was, this place tended to attract some of the worst people, both on the employee side and the customer side. I don't know what this says about me, being an employee, but I like to believe I was one of the better ones there. We'd had the cops come in and arrest some of our employees in the past for drug-related charges. Typically, they went without a fight. There was one time that the guy tried to run at the cops with a fryer basket. That was sort of entertaining. He got tased, and that was pretty much the end of it. Anyways, this isn't a fast food horror story. This is a story about one coworker in general named Corey. Corey was probably the quietest person to ever work there at the restaurant, and the most self-contained person I think I had ever seen. He was the type to always move out of your way when you were heading in his direction. He would basically cower back when you approached him, and he was really, really antisocial. He wouldn't really talk to anyone and was really bad at communication, which can really be a problem when it comes to working in a kitchen, even if it's just fast food. Fast forward to him working there about a month, and I was stuck on a closing shift with him. It went okay for the most part. I did most of the cleanup work in the lobby and front line. He had to clean up the back where the cooking stations were. It was mostly normal until right around the end of the shift, when we were doing a final walkthrough of the walk-in freezer. I entered to check the shelves and do a once-over on the day dots to make sure they weren't out of date and were done, and he enters behind me and stares me dead in the face and asks, "Is there really just the one way out of here? Like, if I were to shut and block the door, you wouldn't be able to get out?" I kind of just stared at him with a look of, "You're joking, right?" on my face. He quickly stepped it back, saying, "Not that I would do that. I was just curious. Like, isn't that technically a safety hazard?" I decided not to answer his question and finished up my checks, then said we could go. As we left the building and I locked up, he asked me if I wanted a ride home. Again, I just kind of stared at him. I had my own car. It was the only other car in the parking lot. I thanked him, but told him I could manage. He then asked me if I wanted him to follow me home, just in case. This was seriously the third huge blaring red flag to blow out of this guy in less than half an hour. I told him goodnight and quickly walked away to my car with my keys in my fingers just in case. On my way out, I actually called the manager of the store and reported what Corey had said to me in the freezer and mentioned that I didn't really feel comfortable working the shift alone with him anymore. My boss was an awesome lady, and she was more than willing to work within the confines of what the owner would let her. That night was the last night I closed alone with him, or he closed alone with anyone, actually. Every night he was a closer. There were now 3 people on the last shift. Of course, this wasn't the last time he did something creepy. About a couple of weeks later, He actually asked me why there had to be a third person on our closing shift. I shrugged and mentioned that the boss just wanted to make sure things got done on time in the right way, so having 3 people did make it easier. I then heard him mumble about how he missed just working with me at night. I let it go, mostly because I thought he wasn't going to be able to be that creepy person he was being. That same night, that proved to be an incorrect statement. After we closed, I was on my way home, not paying much attention to anything around me, when I looked up in my rear view at a red light and realized that he was seriously behind me. I had never seen him drive the same direction as I did when we got off work, but I had to think logically and accept that maybe, just maybe, he had a reason to be over here. I kept on down the road thinking he would turn or pull off, but no matter what turn I took, he kept up behind me. At the time, being 17, I lived with my parents, so I called my dad and told him I thought I was being followed. He told me to come straight home and that he would be waiting outside. Sure enough, when I pulled in, my dad was waiting by the driveway with his handgun strapped to his side. And sure enough, Corey had followed me the entire way. But when I pulled into the driveway, he sped past. My dad was obviously curious if I knew the guy. I told him he was a coworker that was a bit of a weirdo and that he had been a bit of a creep to me in the past. He was pretty upset, which was understandable, but I told him I had it under control and that management was aware of the whole thing. That night was actually the height of all of this. Not just him driving by, but what he did after. It was a Friday night, and it was pretty late, but I wasn't able to sleep because of the whole thing with Corey following me. I was sitting on my couch and watching a movie to try and get myself to pass out, when out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a car had pulled into the driveway. I thought for a moment that they were going to just turn around, but they sat there for a few moments, and I was a bit scared. I kind of shrunk down along the wall and peeked out, and to my surprise, I saw Corey walking up to the door. I was about to get up and seriously start yelling at this guy, but he then smashed the window on the door with what looked like a hammer. I stood there just freaking out for several moments. My dad came running down the stairs with a gun in hand and started screaming at Corey. It all felt like it was in slow motion, but it was actually pretty fast. My dad seriously pinned him down to the ground while my mom called the cops. When they got there, I had to explain to the police what I saw and the whole situation with Corey at work. And honestly, it was a nightmare. I thought this guy was just this quiet, maybe a bit awkward guy, but he was legit crazy. He was arrested since he was on the property, and they found a hammer by him when they showed up. I have no idea what happened to him, and sure, this may not seem like too much of a crazy stalker story, but for the short time this guy stalked me, it was awful. I'm glad he didn't escalate any further than smashing in the door's glass, but he also didn't have time to do so. Who knows what he would have done beyond that. I'm thankful I haven't seen him since that happened, and honestly, Corey, I'd be more than happy if we never met again. My parents owned a few condos that they rented out in Florida. While I was in college, I helped them out with repairs, cleanup, and miscellaneous things that they needed done at the time. It could be hard work at times, but it was also steady income, so I didn't have to worry about it while in school. They definitely got some really weird tenants and situations at times. Here's a few in particular that I remember having the pleasure to deal with. My parents had rented a condo to a younger couple one year. They did their normal interview, but learned they didn't have much in the way of a rental background. My dad was always a softie and was more willing to give people a chance though, so they agreed to let them move in for a higher deposit plus last month's rent, so they at least had some money in the bank in case anything went sour. Everything was fine for like 5 or 6 months. Then they started calling about plumbing issues. We had never had issues reported before, so thought maybe they just clogged it. My dad went out there and checked on it and had to have it snaked when they pulled out a condom. I remember the conversation as my dad tried to explain what it was to my mom, and I thought it was funny at first. But then it would set in that these grown adults tried to flush this. So he had to explain to them that they can't flush stuff like that. They promised they wouldn't and moved on from there. From then, we stopped hearing from them at all. Instead of dropping off a check or cash at my parents' place, they started mailing money orders. Then they stopped getting rent altogether. They tried calling several times and they never answered. It appeared like they were purposely ignoring their calls, as it would go to voicemail after ringing 2 to 3 times. So I tried calling from my phone. The guy answered, and when I started introducing myself, he hung up on me, and then the girl never picked up from then on. After 4 months of no payments, my parents filed the order to evict them since they wouldn't even talk to them. I went with my dad and the cop to give the order. After knocking several times and no answer, my dad unlocked the door and the smell immediately hit us. It reeked of cigarette smoke, and the unit is supposed to be non-smoking. The walls were painted a sand color, and you could see the streaks of brown from the nicotine. There was trash all over the kitchen and crammed in corners, under the bed and the couch. There were dishes piled up on one side of the sink with the darkest water with a green-looking foam forming on it. It was disgusting. And even better, the toilet looked like it was busted in the back and brown on the inside like it hadn't been used in a while. It was obvious the place was abandoned and just left like this, so we were going to have to start cleaning it. After a few days of cleaning, my dad told me that he would have to replace the toilet and asked me to go over there to sign for it as they were going to be delivering it there, so I agreed. I got to the condo, go to unlock the door, when I realized it was cracked open some. My dad changed the locks, so my first thought was maybe he had gotten there before I did and just didn't bother telling me. So I walked in, called out for my dad, and the next thing I remember was an awful pain in the back of my head. Then I remember some guy standing over me asking me my name, if I knew where I was, things like that. Apparently the previous tenants had come back for their stuff and were shocked that they couldn't get into the place and broke a window around back to get in. I also spooked them and they decided to smack me in the back of the head with a rubber mallet, knocking me out cold and stealing like $60 from my wallet. The guy that was bringing the toilet saw the door was open, saw me lying on the floor, and called an ambulance. We never saw them again, but my parents and I filed charges in case they ever try to come back. I was just thankful that's all they did, as they could have left me in a much worse condition. Another weird one was an older lady that moved in. She had been there for a long time. I remember going over there for random maintenance things like helping with the AC, air filters, or light bulbs that she couldn't reach. She kept the place clean for the most part, but I think she started getting Alzheimer's or something as she started acting differently. My own grandfather had it, so I recognized some of the same things she did or said. She started calling for the same maintenance things within the same month or weeks, even though they didn't need attention, and it got harder and harder to explain to her that we've already done it as she wouldn't believe us. Thankfully, she did have kids that came over sometimes to check on her, and they told us that they were going to be moving her into a nursing home. Again, my dad being who he was, he told them not to worry about the lease as long as they got her stuff out, so we didn't have to, and we would call it even. They took a few weeks to get everything out, but it was less than a month, and we went in to start cleaning. They got most of the stuff out and was actually still pretty clean. We were thinking it was going to be a pretty simple job until we opened the fridge. It was pretty gross. The back inner wall was covered in a dark, sticky liquid. There was stuff spilled all over the bottom of the fridge. I don't know if it was blood or food that leaked, but I remember having to basically use a metal scraper to get it all off. But in the bottom drawer of the fridge, there was a loose plastic bag. I grabbed it, ready to throw it in the trash, when I noticed it was super light, but whatever was in it kind of moved around like rice or beads. So stupid, curious me opened it up to see what it was. It was full of teeth, and not like human teeth either, but cat or dog teeth, because there were a lot of those long fang-like ones. And there was a lot in there. And even worse, I never saw an animal in this place while she was here, so I have no idea where the hell they came from. I don't know what Granny was doing in her spare time, but I'm glad I was never on her bad side. Those were two that I remember really well, because they were probably some of the weirdest ones, but they've definitely had all kinds of weirdos in there. I still occasionally help them, but I have a full-time job now, which I prefer instead of cleaning up after others. People are too damn weird and hard to trust. Have you ever met someone new and it felt like you've known them your whole life? I'm not talking about that stupid romantic love at first sight BS either. Like you meet someone and they look familiar, you can guess things about them to a T, but you've never known them prior? I work for an insurance company. I'm the one who reviews the financial records for businesses to make sure they're paying for insurance premiums, workers' comp, etc. Not a very exciting job, but I've also been doing it for years, so the pay is pretty good. So we hired a new person last year. I'll call her D. No big deal. People come and go, move up, leave, whatever. So I just thought it would be a new person that would ask me a lot of questions at the beginning, talk to in passing, meetings, and so forth. However, when I met her, immediately she looked familiar. So I try to place her. Maybe I've seen her at the gym I go to, at a restaurant, or maybe she lives in the same apartment complex as me. But I don't think much of it and just go about my life. After a few days though, I get to talk to her more since I basically help with the job training, and some of her mannerisms and the way she talks is so familiar. So I finally break down and asked her where she used to work or live or gym membership, and to my surprise, she wasn't even from the state. She moved from Tennessee to here in South Dakota because of a job opportunity that her husband was offered. I've never been to Tennessee, and she has never been here. So, okay, fine, she probably just looks like someone else, or one of those deja vu moments. But it gets weirder from here. I start to think maybe I just feel like I know her because we get along so well, right? She is very polite, but also sly with her insults, like you may not even catch it. And when she's on the phone and she lets one slide, she always looks at me with her cheesy grin like, "Did you catch that?" Which I find hilarious. I never really had someone I could do that with at work, in fear of people taking it the wrong way, so I always had to just hold it in and share it with my husband when I got home. She's very intelligent. She went to a local community college for business, but she was super knowledgeable about health and biology, whatever you want to call it. The reason this is important is because I happened to call her out about it accidentally. I mentioned I was having issues with heartburn at some point, and I just figured it was because of the coffee I drink in the morning, or maybe what I had for dinner the night before, but she mentioned I should go to the doctors about it, as it may be more serious. It didn't really occur to me that it could be something worse, but I am a smoker, so I figured wouldn't hurt, right? Surprisingly, an insurance company has great insurance too. So I went, and come to find out I have GERD. This actually helped a lot to have an answer in ways to help manage it, and it also got me to quit smoking. Anyways, I brought this up to her and thanked her for it, but I happened to make a comment how it was weird that she knew, and we both said at the same time, your mom's a nurse. We both paused, and she asked, "Did I already tell you that?" But she didn't. I just shrugged and said, "Good guess," and moved on, but I seriously have no idea how I guessed her mom was a nurse. The things I happened to know about her before she told me started becoming overwhelming. It became a running joke between us that I must have looked her up before she was hired. I guessed that she had an older and younger brother, or that she was a middle child. I guessed she liked painting and biking. I even guessed that she was in a bad car accident as a teenager, and she made me guess where her scar was. I guessed on her right leg, but it was actually her left leg. The reason I guessed right leg, though, was because I was in a bad accident as a teenager and had a scar on my right leg, which also leads to the oddity of this. The reason I was able to guess all this, I feel, was because it was so similar to my life. I was the middle child, older sister, younger brother. I love painting, even though she is way better at it. My mother was a veterinarian, though, but some kind of doctor, right? I even moved here from North Dakota for my business accounting degree and met my husband here, so we stayed. We shared other similarities and even looked similar. Long, curly, light brown hair, hazel eyes, similar build. Even our husbands looked similar. Our views and opinions are even dead on similar. We've become so close, I even went with her to Tennessee when her mother had an emergency and was in the hospital for a week. Again, I had never been to Tennessee, but it felt so familiar. When we went to the hospital, I seemed to know exactly where to enter and what floor to go to before we even saw the map and setup. How would I have known any of this? Obviously, because of this, it has led us to become incredible friends. Sure, it's cheesy, but we can even finish each other's thoughts and sentences like it's nothing. We hang out constantly. The four of us are usually together every weekend, and we even try to find an apartment close to each other so we could ride to work together. I am incredibly lucky to have met someone like this, but then I can't help but wonder, were we supposed to be the same person? Were we supposed to be in different timelines and something crossed? Is that why I seem to know all these things about her? I've talked to her about this and she finds it intriguing, but had no knowledge on my past and couldn't guess any of it. Did I do something at some point that caused a glitch or a parallel universe of some sort to merge? When I was younger, I seemed to get sick a lot. If someone around me was ill, I would always catch it. A lot of different foods also seemed to make me sick, to the point that I would curl up in a ball and sleep. My parents would later have tests done to find out what could be wrong with me, but I bring this up to explain the situation further. My parents weren't neglecting me because it was a normal occurrence for me, and I would just wait for it to pass. Not to mention, I was old enough at this point to stay home by myself. One night in January after dinner, I started feeling nauseous, so I took my medication and went to lay down on the couch. My little sister wanted to spend her Christmas and birthday money, her birthday is December 30th, but didn't want to wait any longer. I told my parents they could take her and I would stay home and sleep. I wanted to be left alone anyways, so I didn't have a problem with it either. They finally agreed after convincing them I would be fine and reminded my mom of the return she needed to make as well, and they left around 5 or 6 p.m. It wasn't quite dark yet, so they had said that they would call when they were close to home so I could turn on the porch light. Now with them gone, I laid on the couch, turning the TV on something to fall asleep to, and slowly drifted off. It had been an hour or so when I was startled awake by something on the TV. I grabbed the remote to turn it down, and as I readjusted on the couch, I looked over to the large window in the living room and noticed it was dark. Then I noticed there seemed to be a figure in the window as well. I wore glasses and didn't have them on at the time, so I thought I just wasn't seeing something right. So I just stared at the figure for the longest time, trying to focus and get my brain to figure out what I was looking at. After a few, I leaned over to the table and put on my glasses, and that's when I started to realize it was definitely a person staring back at me. I could see the outline of a hood, their shoulders, and their arms. Then I started thinking, what the hell do I do? This person is staring back at me and knows what I look like. Will they try to rush in at me if I try something? I slowly started to lay back down on the couch like I didn't notice and grabbed my phone with my eyes closed. I guess I thought I was being sneaky and making it look like I wasn't going to call 911, but that was when the window was smashed in. I just remembered screaming and running to my parents' bedroom, which was in the far back side of the house. I wanted to get as far away as possible, and since it was on the bottom floor, it had a window I could possibly go through. I ran back there, immediately locked the door, and called 911. My parents' room had a big walk-in closet, and the operator told me to hide in there until I heard the police show up. I was scared and had a million things going through my mind. You always think you know what you would do in these situations until they happen, and then you hope the operator can save you and tell you everything you need to do to survive. I also wanted to call my parents, and the operator was actually awesome enough to have someone call them somehow, which was also a relief. Like I said, it was already dark, so it had been a few hours, so I would expect that they would be home soon. It felt like forever, but after checking the call records, it had only been about 7 minutes, I think, before I heard the cops calling out, and I hung up and came out to them. When I walked out, one met me at my parents' door, and there were 2 more in the living room. It was freezing in there with the window, of course, but my attention was averted when the officer showed me this rock with what looked like a paper and tape on it. I asked them if it was a note, and they said yes, and asked if there was anyone they could think of that would want to hurt me or my family, and I had no clue. My mom was a nurse, and my dad did construction. Not like they could really have enemies, and then my sister and I were still in school. Last I checked, we didn't have people that hated us to this level. Thankfully, my parents showed up soon after, and I didn't want to let go of my dad. They asked them the same thing, and then showed us the note. It said something like, "Next time, it won't be your window. Time to pay up." The cop asked us if we knew someone that would do this again, or if any of us owed someone, and we all said no. My dad had to get the window boarded up, and our neighbor came over and helped. Because of this happening, and not being able to get the window fixed that week, my dad went and bought some security cameras and had one pointed at the door and window, both back and front doors, and the driveway. He also wouldn't let me stay home by myself anymore. I felt safer with the cameras because we got alerted when someone approached the areas, but I didn't like staying home at night by myself anyways. Now, it's been about 2 weeks or so since this had happened, and the window has since been fixed. It was one evening I had gone to my room to just chill when I got an alert on the camera. Most of the time I ignored them, unless it was one at the front door, and this one happened to be there. So I tapped on it, and there was a guy that walked up to the door, put something under the rug, and took off. I was about to go check on it when I started hearing my parents shouting. I went to the living room and saw my mom standing at the door on the phone, and my dad is down the driveway. I finally learned what all happened when my mom showed me the envelope. It had a letter in it that said, "Sorry about the window," with a $100 bill in it. My dad had seen the alert as well and tried to chase the guy, but he got away. They called the cops to report it and showed them the video where the guy wasn't even trying to hide his face. It wasn't long after that they found and caught the guy. Apparently, he felt bad and decided to try and pay for the window. I recently learned from my parents that the guy that broke our window knew our neighbor and was probably trying to break hers, but that's just old people gossip that I haven't been able to confirm. Either way, it was a terrifying situation for my teenage self, and now I don't like sleeping in the living room unless the curtains are completely closed. And if it's going to be dark soon, just turn on the porch lights and make sure your doors are locked. I have a story from when I was young that is 100% true, but I honestly have no way to prove it, and I'm guessing a lot of people won't believe it. I just want to tell someone the story that will believe it, or at least enjoy it, so here goes. When I was around 12, my best buddy Jordan and I used to spend a lot of time out of the house. Like, a lot of time. We would go to school, and the minute we got off the bus, we would go in, drop off our book bags, and then would be out in the woods until almost 9 or when our parents yelled for us. We would typically skip dinner because we were both young nature enthusiasts and genuinely loved spending time out on the trails. Thankfully, Jordan had an excellent sense of direction and could almost always get us home without issue. Me, on the other hand, I was so bad at figuring out where we were that I could walk 20 feet to the north of where the forest started and be lost. I liked bugs and trees though, so I was always all for it. Now, all of that explains what I loved about being in the woods with Jordan, and how we always had a good time. However, there was a stretch where things weren't quite so fun or comfortable. This happened back in the 80s. I don't remember when exactly, but like I said, I was around 12 or 13. I remember it was in October because all the trees were bright red-orange, and it was my favorite time of the year. If you've never seen a Midwestern fall in the middle of the woods, I highly recommend it. The trees were all covered in oranges, reds, and yellows, and the ground plants were starting to die off. So it was a major contrast between the dead tan and the colorful trees. The first time I knew something was off was on one of the random trips that we took out into the woods. We were playing, and it was starting to get dark pretty early by then. I think we were pretending to be soldiers or something, which is what we typically did, and were stealthily treading through enemy territory. We were hiding behind trees and splitting up to take down the base when I remember hearing something in one of the trees. At first I thought it was a squirrel, and I looked up to see if I could find it, but I didn't see what it was. I ignored it and moved on with what we were playing. After a few more minutes of us doing this, I remember I heard a branch above snapping and thinking, "Dang, that must be a fat squirrel." But when I looked again, the thing I saw was not a squirrel. I couldn't tell what it was at first, and I remember laughing because I looked over at Jordan and said, "Hey, is that a monkey?" Which was a dumb question because I live in the Midwest and we very clearly do not have monkeys. We both kind of stood there and stared at it, but couldn't figure out what it was because it wasn't really moving, just standing in the tree looking away from us and swaying back and forth. And by swaying, I think the best way to describe it is like a praying mantis. If you've ever seen a praying mantis that feels threatened, they kind of sway back and forth. It was like that. We just watched it for several moments and then tried to kind of walk around the tree to see the front of this thing. But as soon as it noticed us, it ran up the tree and hid to the point that we couldn't find it again. We made plans to come back up the next day and try to see if we could figure out what this thing was, because I was stumped. I was pretty well versed in most of the fauna in our area, because that's what I was into at the time. But this thing was weird. The only thing I could seriously think it looked like was a monkey of some kind. I asked my parents that night if there were any monkeys or apes around us, just to be absolutely certain, and they confirmed there wasn't, aside from the zoo. Obviously, no one had heard anything about an escaped animal from the zoo on the news, so I was back to being stumped. The next day, Jordan and I brought our binoculars to see if we could get a better view, trying to spot this thing. We didn't do much beyond just sitting on a log and watching the trees, seeing if this thing would come back, and it did, but it seemed like it was trying to avoid the area that we were waiting in. So it was like it was aware of us more than something like a squirrel or a rodent or whatever. It wasn't until the fourth day of us staking out the woods that we actually got to see this thing clearly. It was a Saturday, so we had the entire day to stake out the area and see if we could find it, and much to our surprise, when we got into the woods in the morning, we did see it, except it wasn't in the trees. We walked into the wooded area, and no more than 100 feet or so, this thing was on the ground. It looked like it was eating something like a hedge apple, because it was smashing it into the ground and peeling it apart. We went into full stealth mode and crouched behind some of the brush and crept really slowly over to the side so we could see this thing. This is where everything went from, "This is fun, what is this thing?" straight to, "I wish we would have never seen this thing." Whatever this thing was, it was definitely ape-like in structure, but its face looked way too human. If you've ever seen a shaved ape, they have faces similar to humans, but they're discernible. This thing was not. It had a human's face, it was structured like a person, there was nothing there that resembled an animal at all. The mouth was flattened down more like a person's, the nose protruded at an angle like a human's, and the eyes were inset like a human's. We watched this thing eat the hedge apple and then slowly creep up the tree and climb out of sight. After that, I told Jordan that I wanted to go home, and he agreed. Something about seeing this thing, it triggered some kind of deeply inset fear that neither of us had ever experienced. It was like our brains knew that that thing wasn't natural at all, and it wanted us to block it out and never think about it again. We actually took a few weeks off from going into the woods, mostly because we didn't want to see this thing again. We did eventually get the courage to go back, but thankfully we never did see it. I have no idea what it was, but it was definitely not your standard animal from around my part of the world. And the fact that it switched on some kind of primal fear, it was just terrifying. I'm glad we never saw it again, and I'm glad I was able to get this out, because thinking about it sends shivers down my spine and makes me almost feel that same level of terror, even this many years down the road. I have what I consider to be the dumbest glitch in the world, and it's also one of the most annoying things I've ever had to deal with, because it forced me to completely rearrange parts of my room. I live in the basement at my grandparents' house, and please don't judge me for that. I'm a 24-year-old guy that really got down on his luck during the whole pandemic. I do have a girlfriend, and we are planning on getting a place of our own, but 2020 messed up a lot of things for a lot of people, including myself, in the place that I was working actually ended up having to shut down for various reasons during COVID. I'm actually beyond grateful that my grandparents decided that they didn't mind me moving into their basement for a few years while I try to get things in order, and they're starting to look up, so that's good, but not really relevant. Anyways, I live in the basement, and my room is situated as such. There's a door at the bottom of the stairs that opens inward, and right in front of that is the closet, and to the right is the wall. In the left corner, by the wall where the door is, I have my bed, and my TV is on the opposite wall. I also have a nightstand that is between the foot of my bed and the wall, and that's where I typically plug in my phone charger because it's one of the only outlets that's easily accessible. There's about a 4-inch gap between the end of my nightstand and the edge of the wall, and that's where the outlet is, so I can plug it in and it's not a problem. Well, that is until a few weeks ago. My grandparents and I went out to have brunch, which is something they like to do, and they will sometimes invite me along. It was a nice time, but while we were there, I noticed that my phone was almost dead. I must have made a face because my grandpa asked me if everything was all right, and I just said yeah, my phone just didn't charge overnight for some reason. He laughed and made a joke about me forgetting to plug it in, and I said that I just must have unplugged the charger from the wall and not realized it. Then we moved on from there. When we got home, I immediately went downstairs to plug it in. I grabbed my charger plug from the dresser and went to plug it into the outlet by the nightstand when I noticed that there was no outlet there. I was beyond confused. I was literally just standing there on my knees and staring at the wall where there used to be an outlet, and there was no outlet. I always plugged my phone into this spot on the wall. I know this because it was in the perfect location for me to do it, and then put the phone on the nightstand, and that was that. But there was no outlet at all. I started looking at the wall around where the outlet used to be, and there's now an outlet on the other side in the corner that is blocked by my nightstand. There is literally no way for me to plug my phone in there and have the nightstand where it is. The plug wouldn't even fit in the gap that's there if it did. It would bend the hell out of the cable. I know it's dumb, like I said, but it's the weirdest thing that has ever happened to me. This outlet literally shifted spots on my wall on a random Sunday. Because of this, I ended up completely rearranging how I had my room set up so that I could better utilize the plugs. I asked my grandparents, but they both said that they couldn't remember the outlet layout of my room, so they were no help. Either way, that was my glitch, just a random day where an outlet decided it wanted to hide in the corner instead of where it once was, and it forced me to move everything so I could use it. It was incredibly annoying, but I guess it is what it is. A couple weeks ago, I had an experience with something that's really been bothering me. What's worse, my husband does not believe me, and part of me hopes that it happens again so I can get a video, or so he can be with me and I can convince him of what happened. For a little bit of backstory, we live in the middle of a newly incorporated area in the northern Midwest, and there are still a lot of woods near the house. In fact, our backyard is right against the thickest area of trees, so we get a good amount of basic wildlife, like deer and the occasional predator, like coyotes through here. Normally, the best way to handle wildlife in a small city like this is to acknowledge but ignore. Acknowledge that you saw it, but don't pay too much attention. Eventually, they'll go away. It was about 7 in the morning. My husband had left for work about half an hour before, and my dog was going crazy at the back door. I was drag-assing around the house, having not had my coffee yet, and not sleeping well through the night. So I trudged over to the door and let him out into the yard to go do his business. Then I slowly walked back to the chair and threw myself down, nearly falling back asleep. After a few moments, he started barking like crazy. I ignored it for a moment or two, but then when he started panic scratching at the door, I knew something was up. Thinking it was one of the aforementioned coyotes, I made my way over to the back door and opened it. Max, my dog, shoves his way into the house and runs straight down to the basement, something he only does during thunderstorms. After I watch him practically jump down the stairs, I look back into the yard to see what the hell had him so riled up. In the woods, right by where the chain link fence is, I see this strange dog-like creature. At first, I thought it was a fox with some kind of physical defect. It was larger and mangier, or maybe a messed up coyote. I stood there in my pajamas for a solid 2 to 3 minutes, just staring at whatever this thing was. It had dark hair, shining eyes, and overall was just creepy to look at. After those few minutes of us staring at each other, this thing walks over to the fence and leaps up onto its hind legs, grabbing the metal bar at the top of the fence. As soon as that happened, I slammed the door and ran back inside. I legitimately have no idea what the hell that thing was, but it was big and horrifying. I called my husband and told him that some wolf thing was in our backyard, and he literally laughed at me. Of course, when I went to go to try and get a picture of it, it was gone. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, I haven't seen it again, and my dog doesn't seem too fazed by it anymore. I've been going out back with him every day since, but nothing's been there. I promise you though, if I ever see this thing again, I'm getting a video and sending it to every major news outlet out there. Back in the 90s, my friend Brent and I would go exploring old buildings that were abandoned or condemned for fun. We didn't have cell phones at the time, and the most we had was his car, so trespassing and sneaking out alcohol was the most excitement we could really have. We lived in Topeka, Kansas at the time, and if you're from there, you know there's a small area to have fun in, and another that's just boring. Or maybe that was just us since we lived on the boring side. Either way, this was our idea of fun. With empty houses or buildings to explore, we had plenty of new places to choose from. One place in particular we had been wanting to check out was the Topeka State Hospital. It had been closed for a while, and with all the rumors of previous patients haunting the place, we desperately wanted to check it out. We also had never explored in a place so big, so we had to try and figure out the best way to get in and when to do it. We drove by it a couple times to see if there was any type of security around it and to see if there was anything immediate that would hinder us. When we were convinced that it was going to be an easy in, all we had to do was find a time to do it. So to not have our parents asking questions about what we were doing, we told them we would be staying at each other's house and then have the night without any suspicion. Friday night, Brent said he was leaving to come over to my place, and I told my parents he was coming to pick me up, and we were off. We each had a backpack with what our parents thought were our clothes, toothbrush, and deodorant, when in reality, it had our flashlights, a few supplies we brought, like a pocket knife, just in case, and a few snacks to eat while we waited. We learned over time the fewer things we brought, the better, especially if we needed to get out quickly and ditch our bags. We parked several feet up from the building to try to make it not look so suspicious and sat in the car and ate. We thought we'd kind of scope out the place to see if anyone came by and to get any last-minute jitters out of us. After about half an hour, we decided it was time to go before we chickened out. We approached the building, and not to our surprise, the front door was completely locked and boarded up. So we walked around the side, seeing if there was any other way in, when Brent noticed a window that had been broken out and haphazardly boarded up with a no trespassing sign attached to it. Now, the boards weren't the best, so it was pretty easy to pry off with just our hands and the little hammer we had with us. So Brent went in first and helped me in, and that was the start of a very long night. Once in, we turned on our flashlight, put on our backpacks, and started looking around. Immediately, the smell hit me. It was very musty, like what a damp old room would smell like. The paint or wallpaper was eerily peeling on the walls, but the oddest part for me was how still the air was. I motioned to Brent to stop for a second, just to try and listen, and the only thing you could hear was our slight breaths. You couldn't even hear the sounds of the bugs outside. It was just one of those moments that was hard to explain. However, we didn't want to waste a lot of time and started moving on. We looked through the rooms where the doors were already open and saw much of what you would expect. Bare shelves, broken bed frames and chairs. The restroom stalls were all broken, and some of the toilets just busted. There was a lot of graffiti everywhere too, so we obviously weren't the only ones that had been here. As we looked around and just took in what all we were seeing, we heard what sounded like someone walking slowly above us. A little scared, but also not ready to leave yet, we decided to go up to the second floor to check it out. The stairs were not something I'd want to walk on more than once, but the railing seemed sturdy enough. We made our way up there to see more of the same. Creepy, dark hallways, spray-painted doors and walls, and those yellow file folders scattered on the ground. While here, we again heard more footsteps, but nothing else with it. We were just about to head to the third floor when Brent turned around to look down the hall again that we were just at. Nothing there again. We got this far without anyone showing up, so we wanted to get all the way to the top. We climbed the stairs to the third floor, where we were greeted with the door slamming this time. I think Brent was a little fed up at this point, with us both not being fazed by ghost stories, or at least not willing to admit it, so he shouted out, "We are not here to harm anyone or anything." After wincing at hearing him unexpectedly calling out, we waited in silence, but heard nothing, not even the footsteps. We both looked at each other and let out a quiet laugh and continued on. Looking around the rooms, I saw some really old clothes that looked like they had been disintegrating over time, just sitting in the corner of a room. In the same room, I started smelling sulfur. It was almost like there were fireworks going off right in front of me. I walked out of the room quickly and across to where Brent was, who claimed he didn't smell anything at first. I brought him over to the other room where he could then smell it. As we started leaving the room, though, the door to the room he was in slowly closed. As I mentioned earlier, there was no airflow in the place. It was still. So there was no way a draft blew this door shut. We stared at the door for several minutes when we started hearing the footsteps again, but then they seemed to be quicker than before and getting louder. We walked over by the stairs slowly and waited. That's when I felt a really cold breeze brush by my back, and I very clearly heard the word "out" whispered in my ear. I was done. I took off downstairs, Brent following right behind me, and when I got to the bottom, I leaped out the window we came through and waited as Brent crouched down to do the same. As he was doing this, it sounded like someone was running towards us. I yelled at Brent to hurry up when he nearly dived out the window to get out. We quickly took off towards his car, not caring if anyone saw us, and just sat in the car, staring at this place for several more minutes to calm down. After a while, we both asked each other if we heard the voice, and that's why we both started running. So at least I know I wasn't the only one. As mentioned, I didn't really believe in the paranormal, but after that experience and reading more about what took place there, I can definitely believe former patients are sadly trapped in there. Brent and I still remember this, but we have not told a single person about it, but have kept this as a personal experience that we will never forget. I work a really weird shift at a big corporate warehouse that is open all around the clock, and as such, I usually work until around 2 in the morning. Obviously, this really screws up your sleep schedule and can be incredibly stressful in the long run. The job doesn't matter. What does matter is when I would get home, that being 2 to 3 in the morning. At the time that I was working this shift, I was renting a really small house from my aunt that was actually owned by my grandmother when she passed away. It was the smallest house I had ever seen. Literally 1 bedroom, a kitchen, a bathroom, and then a tiny dining area living room in one. It then also had a basement that was a single room with the washer and dryer hookups, and that was it. I've had friends that lived in apartments that had more square feet than this house did, but it's neither here nor there. So, as mentioned, my grandmother lived in this house at the end of her life, and I'm pretty sure that she was there even after she passed away. For the years I knew her, my grandmother was a bit of a joker. She liked to play little pranks on people or poke fun at people, and she knew how to hit you with insults that left you in tears because of how funny her delivery was and how much it hurt you inside. She could have been a stand-up comic had that been a major thing when she was young, but instead she just cracked her jokes at us that loved her. Hell, I'm pretty sure her dying words were, "It's about damn time. I was ready 20 years ago." That's the kind of person she was. It's because of this attitude that I'm pretty certain she still resides in this house. The first time I noticed something was up was one night when I had come home from work at around 2 in the morning. I got home and I was seriously hungry, so I decided that I wanted to make myself an egg sandwich. I remember that specifically because it was something my grandma always made when I was little. Obviously, egg sandwiches are basic, and there's nothing special about them, but as I was making it, I started talking out loud about how much I missed being little and how much I missed my grandma making them for me. No sooner than me making this comment, I hear a smash on the floor next to me, and one of the eggs from the carton had somehow managed to jump out of its case and onto the floor. I remember that happening and me just looking at it and yelling, "Dang it, Grandma, now I need to clean that up." And again, as soon as I mentioned that, the roll of paper towels fell onto the floor from the counter. It was at that point that I was certain that was her messing with me. Mostly because I know exactly what joke she was making. When I was a kid, I had accidentally dropped an egg on the floor, and I remember her yelling at me about how she had to clean it up. It was just too perfect, honestly. I was saying that I missed her making me food as a kid, and she decided to mock me by doing to me what I did to her when I was little. I cleaned it up, and the whole time I was just laughing, thinking about her, and telling her that I missed her humor and whatnot. I'm going to be completely open about this.
It really felt like she was sitting at my table and laughing at me, like, ha ha, now you have to clean up the messes that I make. And I loved it. I have a few more stories about my trickster of a grandma, but honestly, this was my favorite that I felt I should share. She's done some other things to me, opening my fridge overnight, opening cabinets, dumping my laundry on the floor, but honestly, it's never been anything terribly malicious. Just my grandma being herself in the afterlife. It's actually kind of nice to be reminded frequently that she is still around me, even if it means I have to constantly be cleaning and picking things up.
This happened a few years ago when a friend and I shared a duplex. These were owned by individual people instead of a company, so there were less people around, less staff to monitor us, and we were pretty much left to ourselves. There were a few other surrounding duplexes to our sides and real nice looking houses across from us. Some of the duplexes looked okay, like ours. Some of the others weren't as nice and taken care of. And the same went with some of the tenants. Some of them were good people, some kept to themselves, and some you tried to avoid eye contact. Thankfully, our neighbor of the attached duplex was one of the good ones. Well, at least half of them. It was an older woman, Ruby, that lived there. When we first moved in, she seemed very spry and outdoorsy too. That's part of the reason why Jess got so involved in gardening too. She was always outside planting, watering, and de-weeding her garden bed, cleaning her patio furniture, etc. She'd make too many sweets or snacks and always brings us extra, things like that. We didn't mind at all, and otherwise, she kept to herself and we kept to ours. There was no snooping around, asking questions, and getting in each other's business either, so she was pretty much the perfect neighbor. However, Ruby had a son, Marco, that was less than welcoming, and we didn't care to see him around. He would randomly show up, and when she wasn't home, he could just be standing outside for hours until she showed up. The first time we saw him, he was sitting on her steps in a hoodie and jeans, falling asleep. We did have a security camera set up, so after about an hour of him sitting there, I almost went to ask him who he was waiting for when I noticed Ruby pull in. I watched through their window just to make sure because I didn't want her to be harassed or something worse if this was a stranger. I saw the smile on her face fade to more of a fake grin when she saw him sitting there and they started talking. She then let him in, and from there I assumed she knew who the person was and let it go. Marco would randomly show up at times and could be there for a few hours, and then someone would come pick him up, or it would appear like he would stay there overnight a few times. We were finally introduced one time when we were out front smoking and he asked for a cigarette. Ruby came out shortly after and told us he was her son and was visiting for a while. We were polite, but the guy definitely didn't seem like he was all there. He typically looked exhausted all the time. It started to become a normal thing when he was around. As soon as we were outside, he was asking us for a smoke, and he was over there maybe once a week. Then for a while, it became less frequent. Maybe a few days a month. Then after not seeing him for 2 or 3 months, he showed back up again, sitting on the porch with a backpack and a box. It would turn out that he would move in with Ruby. Great. She didn't look too thrilled about it either. As I started to hear them talk outside on the back patio, she would ask about his plans, and he would get irritated and say things like, he didn't know, he didn't have any, don't worry about me, etc. One time, late at night, after he bummed another smoke from us, He asked where he could go to get cheap beer without being carded. We told him we didn't really know and just told him about a local liquor store. He then proceeded to walk off down the street, and as we finished our cigarette, Ruby came out and apologized for her son. She said he had been down on his luck and she was trying to get him back on his feet and appreciated us being patient with him around. She tried to offer us money for the cigarettes he kept taking, but we always refused. Sadly, they would begin arguing more. You could hear them fighting outside, then you could hear them fighting inside. You could hear the door slamming as he left and him banging on the door to be let back in when he forgot his key. Ruby had already started to shut herself in more. We hardly saw her go outside anymore, and I noticed on the camera that she'd go out real early in the morning in her robe to water her plants and then quickly go back in. I think she had like a book club or Bible club every Wednesday night, and a few other ladies would be over at her place, and that stopped too. I felt bad, but there wasn't really anything we could do but just hope that he would leave soon. That would soon come to fruition when he gets kicked out. They were arguing again after someone else, equally shady, showed up at her place. Marco went outside and brazenly, with the camera right on them, made a drug deal. I now understood why Ruby had been so upset. I can't imagine it was for her or that she used at all. I shamefully went out back to listen to the fight when I heard it, and she mentioned he was there for a new start, to kick it, and to get his own place. She complained that he was using again and that he hadn't found a job or even had proof he was looking. She said she didn't want that stuff around her in her place and didn't want his friends to know where she lived, so she told him to leave. I know we, for one, were thankful. He slammed the front door and started walking down the street again. I kept checking the cameras a few times to see if he would ever return, but he never did, and he wouldn't the next night either. However, it wouldn't be a simple move out by any means. I'm a heavy sleeper, so a few hours into my slumber, I'm awoken to Jess banging on my door. As I went to open it, I noticed the smell of smoke. That was the reason for her waking me up. We started looking around, making sure nothing was on fire, and trying to find out where the smoke was coming from when we started hearing smoke alarms going off. From Ruby's side. We quickly grabbed our phones and ran outside. Jess started calling 911, and I just remember frantically beating on her door to try and wake her up, but she never answered. This is where I regretted never swapping phone numbers with her. When the fire truck showed up, we told them that we thought Ruby was still inside and went to the end of our driveway to wait to see what happened. Unfortunately, Ruby was still inside, but they were able to get her out, barely alive. Not only was she in there, but she didn't answer because she had been beaten on the back of her head, causing her to pass out on the living room floor. Of course, the fire was intentionally set as well, and we had a feeling we knew by who. Thankfully, we didn't have to point the finger as we learned Ruby identified Marco as the one that did it. Jess ended up helping her out a lot when she was at the hospital and told her what had happened. She locked Marco out, so he ended up breaking in through the back door. They had gotten into a fight when he hit her in the back of the head, and the next thing she knew, she was at the hospital. But don't worry, she talked to him when he got arrested, and he admitted he was high when this took place, but thought only his mom's side would burn down and was sorry for hurting us. Charmer, right? She had damage in the living room, and they had to repair the wall separating our units, so we both got put into a hotel for a while. Jess still keeps in touch with Ruby and tells me how she's doing, but I don't care for attached units anymore and moved into my own place as soon as I could.
This story isn't too terribly eventful, but it's still one of those stories that comes up between my mother and I because of how weird it is. This happened somewhere around a year ago, back when I was 17. My mother and I were driving around on a Saturday doing various errands and all when my mom says that she wants to stop and get coffee. We head to the nearest Starbucks and decide to go in to get our coffee. It was a nice day out, so why not? We get in and order, and my mom goes to pay with her phone, but then realizes that she left it in the car and that she has to go get it. I tell her not to worry. I have the app on my phone too. I pay for our coffee. I get a free one. No big deal. Everything goes like normal. We go sit down and wait for a few moments. They called my name and I went up to the counter to get the drinks when I noticed that my drink was incorrect. I inform the barista and he apologizes and says he will remake it really quick. I agree and decide that I'm going to stay up at the counter while he does so I don't have to go sit back down and come back up. I know, lazy. I motion to my mom from across the Starbucks that it'll be another moment, and she looks like she understands. Then, after a couple of seconds, I feel my phone vibrate in my pocket. I pull it out, and it says that my mom is calling me. I glance up to look over, and my mom is sitting at the table, cleaning her glasses. I look back at my phone and, yep, it definitely says that the person calling me is my mother. I kind of laughed at first, thinking she must have pocket dialed me, so I decided I'm going to answer it. I swipe and put it up to my ear, expecting to hear rustling in the ambience of Starbucks. But when I answer, it sounds like someone is crunching paper in front of the microphone. I could hear a strange sound in the background of the static. It was kind of like that tone you get when you turn a radio dial really slow and the channels that are out of range try to fade in and out. That really strange, high-pitched sound. I was genuinely confused. I said hello to see if somehow my phone had picked up someone else's call or something. After a few more seconds of static, I could hear the voice come in a bit clearer, but the only thing I heard it say was, "Do you want to get coffee?" It almost sounded like the conversation we had had just before we decided to get Starbucks. Like it was recorded and being played back into my ear through a radio or tape player or something like that. After a couple more seconds, the call just sort of fades out and then ends. I stare at my phone in confusion, but in the end, I just shove it in my pocket and grab our drinks. I get back to the table and I mention to my mom that I think she somehow pocket dialed me. She then reminds me that she left her phone in the car. That's why I had to pay, something I had somehow immediately forgotten. This just made the whole situation weirder. I show her my recent calls, and it shows that I did, in fact, receive a call from her, and it lasted 46 seconds. We take our coffee and head out to the car. Lo and behold, her phone is sitting on her dash clip in plain view. She checks it when we get in, and much to both of our surprise, her recent calls shows that her phone did have an outbound call to my phone at the same time. There was no one else in the car.
her doors were locked, and there was no way someone would have broken in, grabbed her phone, called me, played back a recorded conversation, then hung up and locked the doors again. Honestly, neither of us have any explanation as to how this happened, but part of me thinks it was some sort of alternate dimension or alternate timeline call, one where I hadn't gone with her to run errands, and she called me asking if I wanted to get coffee. Back when I was younger, I used to be kind of stupid, specifically when it came to talking to people online. This happened back when I was around 14. I'm 28 now, so that would have been back in 2008. I had some issues with myself at the time. I was overweight and struggling with it. I didn't really have many friends, and I don't really feel like my parents cared about me back then, being the youngest of 4. I know that may sound like a pity story, but it's where my mind was at the time. And at that time, my parents had a desktop computer that they let me use, and they didn't do much to watch or limit what I did, so it kind of used to fill that void in my life. There was a certain website that I used to visit that had an entire section for local chat rooms, and it was typically full of people that were younger, or at least claimed to be younger. I loved chatting in the local rooms because the people there were really nice, and it was almost as if I had a group of friends that lived near me, even though they were only as local as the same state. The site had a whole bio system where you could put in information about yourself, and I had put that I was 18 and that my name was Cheryl, which it is. For the most part, everyone was pretty chill when we spoke, and a few of them were really friendly with me as we spoke about what we liked to do. One day, I went into the chat rooms and did my normal chat introductions as I always did, and I immediately got a direct message request from a guy that had the username Mike D. It was a bit odd, but at the same time, I figured it wouldn't do any harm to message him back. I said hi, and he immediately went into the conversation talking about how he was looking to chat with girls his age because he was feeling lonely. Obviously, this was fine by me. I didn't have luck with guys, and it felt nice to be singled out like this, so we chatted for a while about things he liked to do, his hobbies, and who he was, and then he started asking me about who I was. I wasn't really sure what to say at first, but I did tell him about some of my hobbies, and at one point, I slipped up and mentioned that I was still in school. He asked if I was in college, and that was when it occurred to me that my account said I was 18. For some dumb reason, I asked him if it was okay with him if I was actually younger than I said I was, and he asked how young I was. I told him I was 14, and he said that was fine because he was actually 16. I was relieved because I didn't know how he would take it, and for him to be 2 years older than me, it was nice to have a friend that I could talk to. He and I ended up talking for a while about everything, and over a couple weeks, we became pretty close friends. I felt like I was telling him a lot about myself over that time we spoke, and I even mentioned that I wanted to know more about him. He told me that he was pretty boring, and that he wanted to know as much about me as possible, and then said that he wanted to confess that he had a crush on me. I was obviously over the moon. This was a boy that liked me for me. After we talked through that for a little bit, he asked me if I wanted to meet up with him at some point so that we could make things official. I agreed, and we ended up saying that we would meet up at the mall that weekend. We agreed to meet at the food court outside a specific restaurant. Obviously, I was super excited, and I asked my mom if I could go to the mall on that day. She wasn't okay with me going alone, so I had to go with my older sister, who was 16 at the time, and one of her friends. I was totally okay with this because I was going to meet this guy that liked me for me, and I was so happy. On the day of, when we got to the mall, I actually told my sister that I was supposed to meet a boy there, and she was excited for me. We got to the food court at the time that was promised, and, well, let's just say that I was nothing shy of disgusted and disappointed. At the table that we agreed to was a man, but it was not a 16-year-old boy. It was a much older, much more overweight man that was very clearly looking around for someone. When I saw the man, I knew what had happened. This creep was pretending to be a teenage boy to pick up teenage girls and do God knows what with them. I managed to tell my sister that I thought that the creep at the table was the person that asked to meet me, and she kind of laughed at me. She asked me his name and said that she would find out. She went over to the table and audibly asked if his name was Mike. He excitedly looked at her and asked if she was Cheryl, but she said no, but then said that he was a creep and that he shouldn't be trying to meet up with young girls on the internet, and that the girl he was trying to get alone at the mall was a minor. She said this incredibly loud, basically shouting it at him, which my guess was that this was to expose him and make sure he didn't try anything. After shouting at him like that, he stood up and started walking away as quickly as he could. The whole time my sister called him a perv and a creep. After that was all over, she walked back over to me and basically gave me a lecture about how I shouldn't speak to people on the internet because that was what was going to happen. Obviously, I was incredibly upset with the whole thing, but thankful that she was with me, as she was most likely the reason that nothing bad happened. Her being willing to make a scene like that was enough to scare him off. But my mind always wanders to the possibilities. What was he planning to do if we had met alone? What was his long-term goal with all of this? My guess was he was considering kidnapping me when we met, which scares the hell out of me. Of course, my sister told me that we needed to talk to my parents about all of this when we got home, and they weren't exactly happy with me. I was banned from using the computer after that for a couple years, which was probably for the best. It was a lesson learned. Don't trust random people on the internet. Use your best judgment when it comes to things like this. And if you're an adult, meeting with another adult, never go alone.
This may not be a standard babysitting horror story, but it's still worth sharing, and there are actually a few things to share, but these are some of the worst. I've been working as a lead at a daycare for almost 13 years now, and it's almost entertaining how unfiltered kids are when you get them talking, and how much they imitate those that they're around frequently. What kind of sucks about this is that when a kid does something that's iffy or questionable, we have to contact CPS by law and report what happened. One instance of this happened actually pretty recently with a little boy we'll call Jim. One day during the morning, while the kids were playing, I was making coffee and Jim walked up to me. I was putting my creamer and sugar in the mug, and Jim asked me if I liked to smell the sugar. I was a bit confused at first. Why would I smell sugar? I told him that I wasn't sure what he was talking about, and he then tells me that sometimes, while he's at his uncle's house, his uncle likes to smell the sugar. I asked what he meant, and he tells me that his uncle likes to smell the sugar off the table with a straw. Come to find out, while his uncle was watching him, he decided it would be okay to do cocaine in front of him and just tell him it's sugar.
Another one that's worth talking about happened with a little girl in my group named Sasha. Sasha was a sweetheart. She was incredibly quiet and soft-spoken, but she was also one of the nicest little girls I'd ever met. One day, her dad brought her in and she had a bruise on her face. Obviously, my mind went to a dark place, and I told her dad that I had to legally ask what had happened. He tells me that he didn't know. She had the bruise when he had gotten home from work the night before, and she wouldn't tell him no matter how much he asked. He seemed sincere and said that he thinks that she fell or something when she was doing something she wasn't supposed to, and she didn't want to get in trouble. I accepted his response, and we went on. Around lunch, she said she wanted to tell me something and asked if I could keep a secret. I told her I could, of course, and asked what was wrong. She told me that she was sorry that she had lied to her dad about her bruise, but she didn't want him mad because his girlfriend had given it to her. Apparently, her dad's girlfriend was verbally and now physically abusive to this little girl, and the dad was none the wiser. I, of course, told him and filled out my report to Protective Services. I felt bad for the dad, but I had no choice in the matter. The last one is probably the saddest one for me and happened when I was still fairly new to working at a daycare. There was a little boy that attended our daycare named Adam. Adam was incredibly shy, but absolutely loved being in the daycare because of how much he got to socialize. I know that sounds like opposites, but he was more like he was shy until he got to know you. Adam's father was a police officer for the city and was a fairly well-respected guy. Adam was very clearly proud of how much of a hero his dad was, and he would talk about it a lot. Then, one day, while I was sitting at one of the tables, Adam said something about, "People are coming to get him." I asked him what he meant, and he said that, "Daddy says that some of the bad people he arrested are going to come get us." I was kind of just like, okay? I said I wanted to hear more, and he goes on to say that his dad had put duct tape over his windows and put a camera in his room to watch him and make sure the bad guys didn't break in. I really didn't know what to do with this, and I probably shouldn't have, but I actually contacted his father about the situation, asking if everything was all right at home, because Adam was saying things that didn't make sense. His dad laughed and said that Adam just had a wild imagination. I agreed, said it was okay, and hung up. Unfortunately, I have no idea what happened after that, because Adam never came back to the daycare. His father had resigned, and apparently they moved away within the next week. I don't know if this was for protection or if his dad was legitimately paranoid. So yeah, kids can say some crazy things, but I just want to use this as an opportunity to say that kids do not have filters. If you tell your kids something, or if you do something in front of your kids, they will 100% repeat it, or will happily go on telling someone else all about it. Back in the 90s, I worked at a small local sporting goods store. It was decent sized, but far from the ones like today. You know the ones. I worked there when I was younger because it was super laid back, and for the time, I made decent money for a teenager. I was one of the stocking associates, so I would help open boxes, fill shelves, organize, things like that. There were a lot of older folks that worked there too, so it was easier to have us younger kids doing the heavy lifting. While it was a job, I still had fun with it though, as I was pretty athletic.
I loved baseball and played on my high school team as well as swimming, but I also liked hiking and hunting too. So when we got new supplies, it was almost like Christmas as I went through the items, checked what they did, tried them out, if it wasn't in packaging, of course. The even better part about all of it was that I worked the later shift, like 4 to midnight, because again, the older employees didn't work that late. Now, there aren't a lot of people out buying golf clubs and camping gear at 10, 11 o'clock at night, so most of us just fooled around in the store with the supplies or just read magazines from the front. My boss, Rick, at the time, was also really cool about it. He typically stayed in his office after 8 or 9 and would come out occasionally to ask us to do something or to check on us, but since he trusted us, we were pretty much left to our own devices. I like to check out the camping equipment myself, since I often went with my dad. We had a few full-size tents set up on a wide metal shelf-like awning. One of them I wanted to save up for because I thought it would be really convenient for us. It was a little longer and had a separator in the center, so it made it look like there were 2 different rooms. I think it was to be used more like a mudroom or maybe to hold your belongings so as to not take up space where you sleep. But I thought it would work for us since I got mine from a thrift store and it hardly zipped up. That way we could share one or just have an extra place for our stuff and know it was secure. We also sold guns and ammo at the time, so I was always telling my dad what we had and when we would get new items. These were just some of the few things I did in our downtime, but don't worry, it is relevant to the story. So one of the other perks of working the late shift is inventory. The thing was, it was the 90s, so we did most of it by hand. This also went overnight, so most of us took turns on that shift. I didn't mind doing it, but if I had a choice, I wouldn't have. Sometimes it was good, but other times were a struggle depending on what was going on the day before or even who I worked with. You know the type, the ones that complain about everything, never stop talking, has a million problems. Call me whatever, but it can make the shift a drag. So it was my turn to do inventory, and I was working with Ed, Casey, and Laura. We did it by departments to make sure we covered each part and did it correctly, with 2 of us in one department at a time. As we made our way around the store, we got to the camping equipment. The tents that were on display weren't part of the inventory count, so normally I wouldn't even give them a second glance. But I saw a backpack sitting next to one of them. When I grabbed it, it felt heavy, and I also didn't see any tags on it like it was ours. So I assumed someone left their bag there. I stopped to bring it to the front to show Rick, and with him standing there, he suggested I open it to see if there was any identification in it. There was no ID or wallet in it, but plenty of small food items like jerky, chips, candy bars, similar to the impulse items, and some other random items like a pocket knife, toilet paper, and a towel. We all thought that maybe whomever it was planning on stealing stuff, but got spooked and just ditched the bag. Some of the items could have been from our store, but we had no way of knowing for sure. So Rick took the bag and put it in his office, and we continued on as normal. We noticed a few other items in the camping supplies and the other departments towards the back that seemed out of place too. One thing we noticed was a stepladder that employees used to get stuff off the top shelves for customers or for stocking stuff in the back. It was sitting in the middle of the aisle. Of course, that being a safety hazard, I asked on the walkie if anyone was using it or who left it out, and no one said they had used it. I was annoyed at first because either someone was lying or someone from the day crew left it out, but I just took it to the back and moved on. After several long hours, we finally finished inventory around 4 in the morning. We were delayed a few times due to unrelated situations, and maybe a few of us were slacking off, but we got it done. The store was going to be opening at 8 that morning, and I was working later that evening, so I was pretty ready to leave. We did a final walkthrough and made sure all the lights were off and things were locked up. As I mentioned, this was back in the 90s, so our systems were pretty simple. Lock and key style security. Hell, we only had cameras at the door and the registers. So the most security we had in the store was motion sensor lights. When we turned off the main lights, we had the two towards the sides that were always on, and the others kicked on only if there was motion. So after turning off the lights, we all walked to the front to get ready to leave when Rick pointed to the back, mentioning a light was on. I poked fun at one of the girls because they were supposed to turn it off, and they told me they did. So I just walked back to the office to turn it off when I noticed it was actually off. Since that meant motion set it off, I went back and told Rick, and I remember we all stood there thinking out loud, what could have set it off? Did something fall off a shelf? Maybe the AC caused something to shift or move and cause it to go off. But Rick was more than ready to go home and sleep in a bed instead of an office chair, and said not to worry about it. So we all started to head out. We all got outside and to our cars when I realized I couldn't find my keys. It was like I was meant to stay there until my next shift with how things were going. It was 4 a.m. after all, so I'm sure my mind wasn't all there and forgot to grab them from my locker. So I had to quickly flag down Rick before he left. Thankfully, I caught him and he handed me the keys to go in and get them. I ran up to the store, unlocked it, and walked in, and began to run towards the back when I noticed again the light in the camping gear kicked on. I tried to ignore it as I went and got my keys, but when I came back out and I heard what sounded like something falling, I couldn't not check it out. I swiftly walked over to it and again saw the stepladder sitting by the tent shelf, knocked over on its side. Now this time I knew for a fact I had put that ladder up, so I was confused and cautious about what to do next. As I stood there staring down the aisle, I started hearing what sounded like someone very quietly talking to themselves or whispering very softly. I couldn't make out any words, but I could definitely tell it was there. I either had the choice of walking to the front and calling 911, leaving, or attempting to confront whatever it was. I was young and naive, but I thought I could definitely handle whatever it was, so I decided to proceed. I walked up to the stepladder and looked around to see the tent slightly moving. Since you had to use the stepladder to get closer to it, I moved it to the side and, in the most threatening voice I could muster, I yelled at them to show themselves. After what felt like forever, whoever was in there stopped moving, slowly unzipped the tent, and tried to quickly jump out of it. I think they thought they could make the jump, but quickly stumbled into the shelf in front of us, knocking it over. He quickly ran off, and I took chase as he ran to the employee back rooms. As I ran around the corner, I heard a familiar voice shout out for me, and I turned around to see Rick running towards me. I tried explaining to him what happened when he told me to go call 911 while he stood at the doors. There was only one exit in the back. That was an emergency exit, but it was locked when we were closed. So if he was going to get out, he would have to come back to where Rick was now standing. I went and called 911, and while I was on the phone with them, I could hear shouting. Once I finished, I set the phone down like the operator told me to and ran out to check on Rick to see him wrestling someone to the ground. So, to not turn this into a pay-per-view match, the cop showed up and restrained this guy as we gave our side of things. This guy looked normal for the most part. He had decent-looking clothes on, he had a buzz cut and a short beard, and seemed pretty coherent. What we learned, though, was he looked clean because he had taken some of the hunting clothes we sold. He was wearing a pair of camo pants and a fisherman's shirt. His clothes and some of his claimed belongings were in that tent, including a razor, some soap, and a few things of food. We also learned that the backpack was his, and he admitted he had taken some items from the store. This man had been living in that tent for a few weeks now. He came in at some point during the day and knew where to stay hidden till we closed up. However, he didn't realize we were going to be there late doing inventory, so he had to quickly scramble to get in the tent and forgot to grab his backpack. I've thought about it on occasions because that guy had a knife in the backpack as well. If he had it, would he have attempted to use it on one of us? And something even more startling to me was I had never seen this guy before. We had regulars, and I saw people come and go, but for 2 weeks, this guy was here daily, and I never saw him. It was bizarre. It definitely made me more aware of my surroundings, but I always remember this and play different scenarios in my head about what could have happened. I have a really weird story that happened to me about 6 months ago. It's actually one of those things that really messed with my head after it happened. Like I said, this was around my birthday, which is in the first week of August. I just turned 18 last year, so I still live with my parents as I've been finishing school and planning on my college, and my brother also lives with us. He's 22, and during the pandemic, he lost his job and his lease on his apartment came up for renewal. So he decided that moving back home when he had the opportunity to do so was a good idea. The week of my birthday, we were planning a family dinner to celebrate, and we were going to have my grandma and aunts come over. Basically, it was supposed to be a fun little get-together among close family, making the most of what we had in the day in general. My mom was making dinner, my grandma and aunts were all in the living room talking, and my dad and siblings were out in the backyard. My mom then lets out a fairly large, "Damn it," and naturally thinking something was wrong, I walked in and asked if she was okay. She tells me to get my brother, I do, and she then mentions to him that she forgot to get candles for my cake. I tell her it's not a big deal, really, that we don't need to do all that, and she insists, saying that it's my last birthday as her little girl, and that this would be the last time she could do this for me. I wasn't going to fight it after that, so she had her mind set on what she wanted to do, and that was it. My brother gets his keys, and he asks me if I want to go with him to the store. At first I say yes, but then my mom chimes in saying, "No, I want you to go spend time with your grandma. He'll be fine." I say sorry, and he makes a comment about how he's going to find yellow candles since I don't have to go. I hate the color yellow with a passion, so this was him taunting me. I head to the living room, he goes out to his car, and we move on. I was sitting in the living room talking to my grandma when I got this really weird sense of dread that kind of hit me. It was like a panic attack was coming on, but it wasn't a panic attack. It was this really weird feeling of the entire world coming down on me. That's the only way I know how to explain it. I was feeling normal, and within the next minute, I was feeling like the literal sky was crashing down around me, and that the earth was going to split in two and swallow me up without a second thought. I excused myself as best I could and ran to the bathroom. As soon as I shut the door, I got this horrible feeling like I was literally being punched in the stomach. If you've ever been punched, then you know the feeling. Your lungs empty, you hunch over instinctively, your eyes start to water, and you can feel the blood pressure building up in your eyes. Don't ask how I know this. At this point, I'm sitting on the floor of the bathroom, feeling like I had just gotten my ass kicked and still feeling this god-awful feeling of dread. I have no idea how long I was just sitting there and waiting for it to pass. I would say it was probably 10 to 15 or so minutes before I opened the door to head back out. And as soon as I did, I saw my mother, grandmother, and aunts all in the back living room, all kind of huddled and crying. I head in, and as soon as I get in there, my mom turns to hug me tightly and then tells me that my brother was in an accident and was being rushed to a nearby hospital. She said that he wasn't in critical condition, but that he was really badly banged up and that we were all going to head up there to see him right away. Long story short on this, he was hit nearly head on by another car, someone that wasn't paying attention to the road and had pretty much taken a left turn straight into his car. He had a couple broken bones, but nothing terribly severe, and if anyone cares, he has made a full recovery. The part that gets me, that actually bothers me, is that this person hit the passenger side of the car more than the driver's side. And based on what I saw of the car, if I had been in that seat, I would have most likely been severely injured or worse. And based on the timeline of events, he most likely had been hit right around the time I started feeling that horrible dread feeling and the pain in my stomach. I know this sounds really dumb to some people, but in my mind, I was supposed to be in that car. I'm not a huge believer in fate or destiny, but I feel like that was supposed to be my end. But my mom managed to intervene with what was supposed to happen and told me I had to stay. But because she changed what was supposed to happen, I ended up still feeling some of what had happened, almost like I was in the seat at the same time, but was out of place. I know that sounds really weird, and it may be hard to understand, but I really do feel like I did some sort of weird quantum timeline shift and managed to get out of a fatal situation. But the Matrix was slow to update, and I still got to feel what I would have felt in that crash. I was lucky enough to work at Walmart for 4 years, and these are a few experiences I have had just from that time. I started there working the evenings, usually noon to 9, or as late as 3 p.m. to midnight. The first one I recall was closer to when I started, which is why it was so memorable. I was a cashier and eventually also worked in customer service, so I was all over the front end. It was my first job, so I took it seriously, and I was proud of it too. I did a great job, at least according to my reviews. I was polite, friendly, and fast at ringing people up. I had a few people I called my regulars, some of them that price matched, if that tells you how long ago this was, and extreme couponing. Some of them were definitely unbearable. The ones that are unorganized and nitpicky on the order you ring everything up and bag them, but I dealt with each one as best I could. One lady, though, made it to where I cringe anytime someone pulled out their binder of coupons afterwards. She came in probably every 2 weeks with a small child in the basket part of the cart, not in the front where you would normally see a kid. He was holding an old tablet that was not in good condition. The screen was spider webbing in one corner. It looked like the plastic frame was splitting apart too, but he was still watching or playing something on it, volume on full blast too. He hardly looked up from it, and his legs were pulled up towards him, probably because he didn't have room, as this did not stop his mom from filling the cart up with items. Not just dry foods, but raw meats and produce too. The lady was always very organized as she laid her items on the belt. She made sure to tell people behind her that she was going to be a while, and they usually left my lane. If you reached over to grab a different item, she would flip. She would yell slightly to say, "Stop," or "Don't," or give you some kind of lecture about doing items in order, but without ever making eye contact with you. She would keep looking down at the floor or her purse or something, so I learned and kept everything in order in bag as she requested. I never really had any more of an issue other than that, so my coworkers teased me that I was her favorite. However, that would soon change. She came in as normal. The kid is covered in food, playing on his tablet. Mom is organizing the items on the belt. I picked up 2 packs of cookies and the coupon on it that was a buy one, get one when I noticed the coupon had expired by 3 days. When I looked up, I told the woman I wouldn't be able to accept it since it expired, and she yelled, "What?" and immediately snatched it from my hand. She looked at it and told me I was wrong and to try it again. I again apologized and told her there was nothing to try as it was expired, so we couldn't accept it. She began arguing about what day it was, telling me that my register obviously had the wrong date. I again had to explain that wasn't possible and even showed her the date on my phone to prove it. From there, she lost it. She started screaming about how I was incompetent and a liar and that Walmart's brainwashing had finally gotten to me too. At this point, I called for my manager. I had only been there for around 6 months, but this was the most confrontation I had come across and didn't know how to handle it. Thankfully, the manager's podium was within my view, so they could see the look on my face and started coming over fairly quickly. When they arrived, she immediately directed her anger to the manager, saying I was refusing to take her coupon. I tried explaining the situation to the manager when this lady pulled a steak knife from her purse. My manager immediately called security on the walkies and tried calming her down. She was pointing it at us, screaming we were just trying to ruin her and cause her to lose her kid. This whole time, I kid you not, this kid has not looked up once. He continued to play on his tablet. He was not fazed at all, which sadly made me feel like he was used to this from her. At this point, the whole store seemed quiet, but her screaming and my manager trying to calm her down. There were people all around recording and taking pictures, which only seemed to make her angrier. After what felt like forever, she tried to run towards my manager with the knife raised when another customer saw this and bravely tackled her to the ground. Thankfully, the knife slid away from her and my manager put his shoe on it to hold it there. 2 cops walked in as this was occurring and quickly took over. This whole time, again, the kid still has not looked up. A cop actually had to come up and grab the kid out of the cart before he even looked up. The mom was already outside, but I would expect a kid like him to be crying or scared, but he didn't even ask for his mom. It was actually kind of sad. I don't know what happened to her or her kid afterwards, but I think CPS showed up to take the kid. These next 2 are from my late night shifts. Maybe not necessarily dangerous people, but definitely ones that I wouldn't approach on my own. The first one is the lady my coworkers nicknamed Gucci Grandma. We called her that because she was always coming in around midnight with the flashiest clothes on. Typically, it was a really tight pencil skirt, heels or knee-high boots, and some kind of shirt, and she had to have a dozen of those fuzzy half jackets. At this point, I swear I've seen one in each color, some with different patterns or sequins, and she had those giant sunglasses on. As I mentioned, it was midnight. Her hair was also a sight. It was shorter and gray, but it was usually pulled up in a tall bun. Think beehive style. Then she always had a bright red lipstick and very pink cheeks, like way too much blush. Then in the rare occasion she takes off her sunglasses, She also has eyeshadow on to the extreme. So while her look is pretty out there, that's not the weirdest part. She always comes in with what looks like one of those cheap children's toy strollers with something wrapped in blankets sitting in it. We couldn't tell if it was a real child at first until one of my friends in the fitting room area saw her swiftly shushing something and grabbing it. When she lifted it up, it turned out to be a baby doll. But the baby doll was creepy as hell. It looked really old, like it was covered in dirt or soot. Its hair was a mess and tangled, and it was definitely not making any noises. But she kept swinging it and shushing it like it was alive. My friend tried to not make eye contact and just kept working on her stuff when she walked up to her and apologized for all the noise, saying, "She gets cranky around this time." My friend said she didn't know what to do but smile and say it's okay. We saw her many times after this shopping, browsing aisles, talking to the doll, and even taking pictures with it. It became a normal thing, as weird as it looked, but the last time we could account for her, she came in looking rough. Her hair was a mess. It wasn't in her normal bun, but was frizzy and standing up like she just stuck a fork in a socket. Her jacket was really dirty. Her shirt was stained. Her skirt torn on the side, and she was barefoot. She still had her glasses on, but her lipstick was almost gone. All this, but she still pushed her stroller with the baby doll. We just stared for a while when I decided to ask if she was okay. We may have teased in the past, but I actually felt bad at this point. When I approached her to ask, she shushed me, patted my head, and whispered everything would be all right. She left after buying a package of Band-Aids, and we never saw her again. I don't know whatever happened to her, but I do kind of miss seeing her and hope nothing bad happened. Last one was more odd than anything. We were just starting the switch over to the night crew, so around 10, we had a ton of people in checkout all at once. So I was asked to stay a bit longer to help bring it down. I didn't pay much attention to the actual people in line because I was just ready to go, but noticed the customers stopped talking to me as well. I soon learned why as a cart pulled up and slammed down 2 huge boxes of diapers. It made me jump, and I looked to see who this jerk was when I saw some middle-aged balding guy in a trench coat putting stuff on the belt, with a full-grown woman sitting in the cart. Not only was she sitting there, but she had her hair in 2 pigtails. She was wearing an adult diaper with a weird tutu-style skirt and a sports bra. Not only this, but she also had a pacifier in her mouth. I didn't know what to say or how to react, so I just kept ringing up their items. Diapers, baby bottles, wipes, teething rings, and a camera. Those I remember specifically. The woman just stared at me with empty eyes, and when he noticed me staring at her, he said something like, "Isn't she precious?" and rubbed her cheek. She didn't budge, didn't flinch, smile, etc. I just continued with the purchase, gave him his receipt, and as they strolled away, she smiled at me, and he didn't even look back. Creepy as hell, but thankfully never saw them again. This all started back when I was in my first year of college, so around 4 or 5 years ago, and while it may not be the most terrifying story involving a stalker that exists, it's one of those things that happened to me that I genuinely will never get over. Honestly, I still sometimes get chills and anxiety thinking about this whole situation, and I know that sounds dramatic, but living it is a lot different than reading it. While I was a freshman at my college, I was also working as a junior admin assistant for a medium-sized corporation, basically doing whatever it was that the admins and their assistants asked of me. In essence, I was the assistant to the assistants, so I was super low on that totem pole. It wasn't a bad job, though some of the people were a bit rude. I kind of think of it more to do with the corporate environment than them as people, though they could have all just been a-holes, hard to say. One of my weekly duties was restocking what was essentially the office supply stand. The company had an open floor plan, and in the center of the third and top floor was a cubicle segment that was filled with office supplies that people could freely take. It was basically an honor system, though there was a camera directly above the cubicle, and one of my jobs was to get the supplies from the closet and make sure that the pens and post-its and whatnot were all full and ready for people. It wasn't a hard task, honestly. It was just meticulous and took a lot of time. The week this all started, I was stocking the supplies and was approached by an employee that I didn't know. He looked a bit nerdy, had a bowl cut, thick glasses, not trying to be rude or poke fun at nerdy people, just saying that he kind of looked the stereotype. Anyways, he was walking up to the cubicle and kind of just stared at me. After a moment, I realized that I was probably blocking whatever it was that he wanted, and maybe he just really didn't want to talk to me. I apologized and asked what I could get for him, just trying to be polite and keep my head down. He responds with, "I don't think I've seen you here. Are you new?" I was a bit confused, as I'd been there for around a month, but maybe he didn't get up to the third floor very often. "I've been here for about a month. I'm a junior admin assistant. My name's Callie." Again, trying to be polite, but not overstepping. "I'm Peter. I work in desktop support." He put his hand out to shake mine, which felt kind of weird, considering what I was occupied with, and how this conversation had just started. But again, maybe he was just bad with people. "Very nice to meet you, Peter. Is there anything I can help you with?" I shook his hand quickly and turned back to finish my stocking. He kind of chuckled and mumbled something under his breath. I just let it go and went back to stocking. He stood there the entire time I was putting things in the cubicle, which I obviously thought was a bit weird, but again, it was what it was. As I finished up, I stepped out and put the remaining extras on the cart to put back in the closet. I told him it was very nice to chat with him and that I hoped he had a great day. He smiled and told me he'd see me around. Overall, I thought it was nothing. He was awkward but harmless. I expected nothing to come of this situation beyond me having to potentially say hi to him if I saw him in the future. Then the next week rolled around. I was doing my supply stocking, and sure enough, Peter walked up to the cubicle, this time holding a box of donuts. I paused for a moment and watched him walk up and then the box. The whole time he had a goofy grin on his face and was staring at me. I never thought a man walking up with a box of donuts could manage to look creepy. But there we were, and there he was, looking incredibly creepy. He asked me if I wanted a donut, and I was polite and took one, and placed it on a post-it note in the cubicle, because I had nothing else to put it on. I say thank you, and he just continues to stand there and stare at me, without saying anything for several moments. So I did the worst thing I could possibly do. I asked him how things were. In my mind, I was just being polite, trying to make small talk. He then asks me what I'm doing that weekend, out of nowhere. He didn't answer my question. He just literally jumped into asking me out. I kind of laughed at him a bit when he asked. It was completely unintentional. He just caught me off guard. I politely told him that I had a fiancé. His smile kind of fell into a half frown, but he kept his awkward stare. After a few moments, he put the donuts down in the cubicle and turned to walk away. I honestly had no idea how to take any of this, so I just decided to move on and ignore it. The next day, I was at my desk and trying to book a flight for one of the C-level employees when I feel a hand on my shoulder. I literally jumped and damn near screamed when it happened. I turned to see who the hell it was, and to my surprise, it was Peter. Even more to my surprise, he had gotten a haircut, and he didn't look quite as nerdy as he had. He apologized for scaring me and said that he just wanted to apologize for how awkward he had been the day before, and that he had stepped out of line when he asked. His tone, his manner of speaking to me, and his overall demeanor was completely different, and he seemed sincere. I told him it was fine and that we all have our awkward moments. He then tells me that he had something for me, but that it had nothing to do with the situation before. He then pulls a gift card to Red Lobster out of his pocket and places it on my desk and follows it up by saying, "I promise this has nothing to do with yesterday. I just got this for my birthday a couple weeks back and I'm allergic to shellfish, so I'd rather it go to someone that could actually use it." It was a nice gesture and I appreciated it, so I told him thank you and then told him that I was actually talking to my sister about wanting to get together to go to Red Lobster recently, so it was perfect timing. He just kind of laughed it off and told me that he hoped I had a good time and then left. This interaction was completely different from the other 2 times. The rest of the week goes by and my sister and I had actually made plans to go have lunch, then go see a movie afterwards. We used the gift card, then went to the movies, and as we were leaving, who else did we run into but Peter? At first, my mind was freaking out, thinking about how awkward he was and how much I didn't want to deal with it. But then our last interaction came to mind, and I thought the least I could do was thank him. He saw me and walked over. We said hi. I introduced him to my sister, told her he was a coworker and that he gave me the gift card that we had lunch on. There were a couple moments of idle chat, then we all went our separate ways. It wasn't until we got to the car that my sister pointed out that Peter had the same haircut as my fiance and dressed the same. It was a bit out of nowhere, and at first I had to think about it, but I just told her that it wasn't an uncommon look for guys. Honestly, it wasn't too crazy to think that more than one guy would have the same look. She wasn't wrong. They both had their hair shaved on the sides and back, but long on the top, pushed to the side. The clothing thing I couldn't really speak on because I didn't see it. I ignored it and moved on. Over the next couple of weeks, a few more strange things happened that had me a little curious. I would be talking to my sister over Facebook Messenger about craving chocolate-covered strawberries. The next morning, Peter walked in with a box of chocolate-covered strawberries, and he would say that they were for anyone that wanted them, but he wanted to see if I wanted them first. I was talking to her about Game of Thrones, and then Peter would bring up how much he loved Game of Thrones out of nowhere. I would read a story on Google News, and Peter would casually mention something that was related to the story. As those 2 weeks pushed on, everything was just too strange, and I was kind of feeling like he was watching me and just waiting for me to do anything so he could bring it up and make it seem like he was also interested. Despite our few friendly chats, I pretty much stopped talking to him and had fallen back into that he's a bit of a creep mentality. Then the text messages started. It was Monday, and I was doing my stalking, just waiting for Peter to show up and make things weird again, when my phone went off. I looked to see what it was, and it was a text that said, "Hey, it's Peter. I just wanted to let you know I won't be in today. I'm not feeling well." Not only did I not know how the hell he got a hold of my phone number, I didn't know why he was texting me. I simply respond with, "This is my name. I think you texted the wrong person." He replied saying that he meant to tell me because he didn't want me to worry. I just put my phone away and decided to not even bother replying. He started texting me good morning every single day after that. I responded once or twice, but after that, I just started to ignore him. Another Monday rolls around, and he walked up to the supply cubicle with a smile on his face. I sigh and brace myself for another conversation with this guy that was just not getting it. He then pulls a small jewelry box from his pocket and opens it. It has 2 earrings in it that look like they're legitimate, real pearls, and he asked me if I wanted them. I asked why the hell he was trying to give me pearl earrings, and he responded saying that his mom bought them for his sister, but she didn't like them, so he said he would just give them to someone that would like them. I just stood there and stared at him for several moments before my brain just snapped. I sat down on the desk of the cubicle and took a deep breath before basically telling Peter that he needed to back off, and that while he was a nice guy, I was engaged, and that he wasn't going to get anywhere with me. I'm sure I said more, and I'm sure I was a bit more aggressive, but that's the gist of it. His smile faded, and he honestly looked like he was about to cry. He closed the box and put it back in his pocket. Then he stared me straight in the eyes and said, "What does Brian have that I don't? I look better than him. I have a better job than him. I can give you anything you want, and yet you still won't give me a chance? I'm a nice guy, and I don't know why you don't see that." He then turned around and stormed off. I had no idea how to take this. I had never told him my fiance's name. He should have no idea what my fiance did for a living, nor what he looked like. I know what some of you might be thinking. I mentioned Facebook earlier, and maybe he got the info off that. But that wouldn't have been possible. I have my Facebook locked down to the point that you can't see anything, or pretty much even find me, unless I add you as a friend. Brian's is locked down the same way. There was no way he could have really found either of us. Then a thought hit me. Peter was in desktop support, and he had access to my work computer. He seemed to know everything I was doing on that system, and he seemed to know everything I was talking about to people I talked to on Facebook. To make a long story short, I called someone from the information security team, and I explained the whole situation to him. I told him about how Peter was acting creepy, and I told him that he seemed to know everything I was doing on my system at all times, and about the situation that morning. At first, I'm not sure if he was that interested, but it wasn't until I told him about the Facebook conversations that he seemed to change to taking it seriously. He asked me if I had ever logged into my Facebook on my work computer. I unfortunately had to tell him that I had, and that I knew I wasn't supposed to. He said he didn't care about that. He asked me to open Facebook on my phone, and we went through to the spot in the security settings where you can see all of the open sessions. He told me to do the forced logout of every session, so I did. After a few moments, we refreshed it, and sure enough, there was a session that was connected that wasn't my phone. He asked me to grab my laptop and come with him, which led to me having a meeting with the chief security officer about the situation. I was nervous as hell, but he clearly had an idea of what was going on. The end result of these conversations and a very brief investigation, Peter, being in desktop support, had remotely installed remote access software on my system, as well as a keylogger. When they went down to talk to him, they found that he had a browser open and was logged into my Facebook account because he had gotten my password. He had every single photo from my Facebook downloaded and in a folder on the computer. He had the software running and was watching what I was doing on my work computer at all times. He had been watching the conversations, watching what I was searching, and he was apparently taking notes. Over a couple of months, Peter had almost literally started a personality file on me and was doing everything he could to be someone I would get with. He, of course, tried to tell them that what he was doing with the remote software was legitimate so that he could give tech support if I needed it. But then when they asked him about why he was logged into my personal Facebook, he didn't have an answer. Thankfully, Peter was fired. I worked there for another few months, but then decided that I wanted to move on to something else. This was a few years ago, and thankfully I haven't heard from Peter since, and I genuinely hope I never have to see his face again.
I liked going on walks late at night or really early in the morning, like midnight or 3 a.m. I preferred this because I could be alone with just my thoughts or music and enjoy the atmosphere. The weather was typically perfect around this time for nothing more than shorts, a light jacket, and running shoes. I liked having music on one side and then listening to the wind blow around the leaves and the tree branches. It was actually quite peaceful and a great way to unwind and decompress, especially after a rough day. 9 out of 10 times it was at the same park, same walking trail as well. I had it down that I could probably walk the entirety of it with my eyes closed. But sometimes I wanted to change it up and would go to a different park a little further away. The first one was also close enough for me to walk to, so I didn't even drive there. I lived in a great community with very little crime, so I didn't even feel unsafe being out there that late. However, I did have a few situations that arose that made me protect myself a little more when I did go out. This occurred back in the autumn months. It was around 1 in the morning at this time and still pitch dark. At the beginning of the path, there was light along it coming from the moon and the street lights, but the further in you went, the darker it got as the trees blocked out a lot of the light. So I usually had a small, compact flashlight on me in case I needed it, but other than my phone, that's all I had on me. I was walking the path as normal, getting into the music and zoning out, when I started hearing what sounded like whimpering. Not like from an animal either, but like a person. Like they were holding back from crying. Like I said, the area this park was in was pretty upscale. There wasn't a lot of crime, and thinking back, I don't remember ever hearing any reports of something happening in that park either. So when I heard this at first, I just ignored it, thinking maybe someone was needing some time alone too. As I continued walking, the whimpering got louder until I could hear a cracking sound. I made a mental note of the area I was in, but again, I kept walking. However, my curiosity got the best of me when I started hearing crying and an alarming conversation. I could hear a woman crying and saying things like, "I'm sorry, please, just stop, please, let's just go home." I could also hear a very angry man saying, "You need to shut the hell up," among other unpleasantries. I started slowing down and turned off my music so I could pinpoint where they were. As I looked through the trees, there was a small opening where I could see the silhouettes of 2 people. I had managed to walk right past them, and I assumed neither of us noticed each other. I stopped where I was and leaned on the closest tree, hoping they would continue to think they were alone. I watched as I saw the guy drag this woman by her wrist deeper in the trees. He then grabbed her by the hair, yelling something at her, and shoved her to the ground. After some shuffling, I saw him pick something up off the ground, like a stick or a tree branch that had fallen. The last thing I heard from him was something along the lines of, "You brought this on yourself." Now, in case anyone asks why I didn't do something sooner or do more, I myself was a small woman as well. I was 5'4" and 190 pounds at the time. There was no way I was going to be able to do anything to this guy. I may not have been able to see him clearly, but he had to easily be 6 foot and 200 to 300 pounds. He had a similar build to my boyfriend at the time, so that's what I was basing it off of. I definitely didn't want to leave this woman out here with him, knowing this could easily be the last terrifying moments of her life. So I dialed 911 on my phone and held it with the screen facing my chest in hopes of blocking out the light. Then I just yelled the first thing that came to mind. "What the hell is going on?" I heard the woman gasp and the man stood up and froze. I started saying the address of the park out loud, hoping the operator would hear it too. They both went completely silent, and I was holding as still as I could, praying this guy wouldn't see me. Then the guy pointed at her and said, "Next time I catch you, you're freaking dead," and took off through the other side of the trees. I waited several more seconds, making sure the guy didn't come back, and then picked up the phone to tell the operator what was going on, and they assured me they already had someone on the way. I started to approach the woman as she asked, "Is someone there?" I told her it was okay and that the cops were on their way. I walked with her back to the entrance so they could find us, all while still on high alert that this guy could easily come back and try to attack us both. Thankfully, if he did plan on doing that, the cops beat him to it. I told them what I saw and heard, but the lady claimed she didn't know the guy. I don't think the cops believed her either, since I told them I heard her say something about going back home. Of course, they can only do so much since he didn't stick around and she didn't want to go to the hospital. Regardless, I'm glad I did something because I definitely wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't and it was on the news the next day. After the woman hugged and thanked me, one officer agreed to follow her home, and since I walked there, the second officer took me home, which I was fine with that. The mood was definitely ruined for that walk, nor did I even feel comfortable being there. I don't know whatever happened to her, but I hope she's okay and that he got caught. As for me, it took a few months before I walked that park at night, but no matter where I go, you won't find me without pepper spray and a pocket knife now. This is a story about me, my childhood friend Rachel, and this boy that moved into our neighborhood. We'll call him Norman. Rachel and I became fast friends because our moms went to college together. She lived a block over from me, and we were inseparable. We rode the same bus, ate lunch, and played at school together. We also typically spent the weekends at each other's house, unless there were other family plans. Rachel had a baby sister at the time, and I had a brother that was 4 years older than me. One year, my parents got one of those small above-ground pools, but it was so much fun having it as a kid. Now that we had it, we hung out a lot more at my place. However, we still shared the pool with my brother and his friends if they ever came over. They were all right for the most part. I think it was just a normal older brother thing to start annoying their younger siblings and show off when their friends were around. Otherwise, we typically got along. We had a few kids around the neighborhood that would ask to come over to swim too, and we never really had a problem with it. If we did, I'd usually just make up some excuse about having to get out by a certain time, so they would leave and then Rachel and I would enjoy the time to ourselves. Unfortunately, our tricks would become a little harder when Norman moved in. Norman moved onto the same street I lived on when I was finishing grade school, but he was a year older than me. He was an only child, and while he and his parents seemed nice at first glance, there was definitely something wrong with the family picture. They moved into the house across from us one summer in the early 2000s. When Rachel and I would ride our bikes between our homes, we would occasionally see Norman sitting on the front porch or looking out the big front window. I let Rachel know who he was and explained what I knew about him. My mom had seen his mom when she was getting her mail and introduced herself. I told her that he would be going to our school with us this upcoming year. Rachel was always a lot nicer and more reserved than myself, though, So one time she suggested we invite him to hang out with us. After a bit of debating, I finally agreed, thinking, if anything, we could probably pawn him off on my brother if he wanted another boy to hang out with. So after getting permission to ride our bikes to the little gas station to get ice cream, we saw Norman sitting outside and stopped to ask if he wanted to join us. At first, he was shy and said he didn't have a bike. I was going to just offer to have him walk with us, but Rachel said that he could use hers and she would ride with me. Sometimes she would just sit on the bike handles. He accepted this, and as he started getting on, Rachel asked him about telling his parents first, to which he said it would be fine. We mentioned this later on to each other because even though we knew the neighborhood, we couldn't leave the yards without asking first. So that trip went fine, as well as the rest of the night. We bought his ice cream because he didn't have any money, and we just sat out on our porch and ate it and talked. We even had to buy something for my brother, so he sat out there with us. I remember that Norman and my brother got along at first. They had similar interests, so he'd come over and hang out with both of us. Being the summer, this included many visits to the pool. We invited Norman over to swim as well, and I remember him wearing swim trunks that were too big for him, so my brother actually gave him a pair of his that he didn't wear anymore. He told us that his parents didn't have a lot of money, so he had a lot of hand-me-downs from his father, including the swim trunks. I started to feel bad for him. His family obviously didn't have a lot of money and maybe didn't even care much about his whereabouts because he never asked them to leave or told them he was leaving. So we tried to include him in more things that we did and even came over for dinner a few times. After a while, he would come over and ask for my brother, and then if he wasn't home or was busy, he'd just go over to where we were. Most of the time it was fine, but he started getting weird. When we were playing with dolls, sometimes he'd ask to play, which we were surprised about because my brother never wanted to play with us. With that though, we'd let him join, but he would make them do weird things. He'd say they were getting drunk, they'd start fighting and beating each other. The worst we would do is if they were fighting over a dress or falling off a cliff and were saved. So this would throw us off and we'd go to do something else. Swimming was usually it because it got him outside and we could always make up our curfew again. So out we'd go to hang out, and sometimes we'd just swim around and make up games in the pool, but he'd start getting too rough. We'd splash around, but he would just force so much water at us at one time that it would get annoying. One time my brother came out to swim and we said we were going in so it'd just be them. Once we went in though, he'd calm down. I mentioned this to my parents one time and my dad teased that he was probably doing it because he liked one of us and didn't know how to express it. My mother, on the other hand, said that since he was an only child, he probably just didn't realize he was being too rough and that we should just tell him we're not comfortable with it and ask him to stop. I agreed and said I would try that next time. If anything, I could always go in and get my parents too. However, things escalated a little more than just splashing. One time he came over to swim, he started talking about how someone drowned in a pool like ours before and was talking about gruesome things that happened to the person. Creeped out after never hearing about things like that before, I asked him how he knew about that, and he said his dad showed him some stuff about it. His parents just seemed more and more like winners. I could tell Rachel was starting to become uncomfortable, so I immediately tried to change the subject and we suggested we play a game. Norman suggested we play lifeguard, so Rachel asked how to play. The smile he gave, I will never forget. It still gives me goosebumps. He said someone had to pretend like they were drowning, while the other one saves the other person. Our immediate thought was to float on our back while someone else used a pool noodle to pull us to the side. Sounded interesting, so we agreed. He said he would be the lifeguard and would save us, so we both immediately floated on our backs, and I closed my eyes waiting to be saved. He said we had to yell for help, so we both sarcastically started saying help and flailed our arms a bit. After a few seconds of this, I stopped and continued to just float as I continued to hear flapping and splashing, followed by Norman laughing. Curious, I opened my eyes and looked over and was scared to death. Norman was holding Rachel under the water, laughing as she struggled. I screamed at him, "What were you doing?" when he said, "I'm showing her how to drown." I immediately ran over and started pushing and punching him to let her go. And about the same time, he finally did, and she came up gasping. My brother ran out the back door with my mom. Rachel's in tears and we were hugging while Norman continued laughing. Between sobs, I tried explaining what had happened while he was trying to defend himself, saying it was just a joke. Thankfully, my mom told him he needed to go home, and we watched as he left, continuing to laugh. We got out and stayed inside the rest of the night watching movies. Rachel was fine after that, thankfully, but Norman was not allowed over anymore. I overheard my mom and dad talking one night because my dad had actually gone over to Norman's house to tell his parents about what he did, and their only response was, "Well, boys will be boys." Sorry, but my brother has never tried to drown either one of us. This didn't stop Norman's torment, though. Usually it was just him going outside as we were riding by to throw stuff at us. We ended up having to buy a pool cover and a lock to our gates because he thought it would also be funny to throw dead animals in our pool. Squirrels, rabbits, frogs, snakes. I don't even know where he caught them, but he did it, and it was disgusting. We knew it had to be him because he'd always be nearby when we found it. We had to have the pool completely drained and cleaned because of this. So Rachel meant well, but I think she learned her lesson on being so trusting with just anyone that looked lonely. And in case you're curious, the next year we were starting our first year in middle school. He was expelled after missing so many days and then tried to bring a knife to school. He was supposedly homeschooled from then, but learning that his parents were drunks, his mom was a caregiver without any licensing, and his dad worked in a car shop, so I have my doubts. Oh, and he's also done time for drugs and indecent exposure, so there you go. Stay in school, kids, and don't try to drown your neighbors. This is probably the only glitch event that I've ever experienced, and it was one that was really, really strange to me. It's one of those things that honestly keeps me up at night sometimes, and it starts to bother me more than it should, or maybe the fact that this happened and I can't forget it is a form of glitch in and of itself, or maybe it's not a glitch and just something that happened. But honestly, it doesn't really feel like a coincidence as much as something being broken in reality. It was a couple years ago, I think back in the summer of 2018. My wife and I had a few days off work together, and we decided that we should go see her grandparents on the other end of the state. It's one of those drives that you can do in one go and not stop for anything other than gas, around 9 to 10 hours, if you really have the willpower to do so. That said, my wife doesn't have the willpower for long drives, so we had to stop at least once during the drive. She's looking at maps on her phone, and she sees that there's a gas station / convenience store a couple exits ahead and asks if we can stop. I, of course, agree, and we plan on getting off at the next exit.
We make the exit and pull up to the gas station, and she tells me that she'll be right back. I decided to get out and walk around the car to stretch my legs and fill the tank preemptively. I'm watching the numbers roll on the pump and waiting for her to get back. After a few moments of waiting, I get back in the car and am waiting impatiently. Then she comes out and has a look of shock or confusion on her face. I was just thinking that maybe there was a weirdo in there or something, and then she gets in the car and tells me that the strangest thing just happened. I ask her what, and she tells me that the clerk in the station looked like my long-lost brother. I laughed at her and said, "Oh, really?" But the look on her face was dead serious. She wasn't joking. I started to brush it off, thinking that maybe we just kind of looked similar, only to have her tell me again that this guy looked like an identical twin. Obviously, this piqued my interest, so I parked and we got out of the car to go inside. I opened the door and stepped in. The clerk looked up to greet us as we entered, but he paused halfway through his sentence. I think he was going through the same weird feeling I was going through. We both kind of stood there staring at each other awkwardly for a few seconds. I will tell you that she was right. This guy looked exactly like me, down to the minute details. I have longer black hair. His hair was literally the same length as mine and same color. He had dark green eyes that were the exact same as mine. He even had a small scar on his chin like I do, on the same side and damn near an identical length. He was the same height, same weight, same everything. It was honestly creepy as hell to me to be looking at someone that was basically a clone of myself. I really wasn't sure what to do, so I stepped up and awkwardly introduced myself. I told him that my wife had told me that there was a guy in the store that looked like me, but honestly, I didn't expect this. They weren't super busy, so we spent a bit of time chatting about things, and it all just kept getting weirder and weirder with every new detail. My name is Derek. His name was Eric. We were both named after our fathers. My mother's name was Anna, and his mother's name was Hannah. Both of our mothers passed away when we were kids. We were both born in March of 1996. I was born the 4th. He was born the 14th. The more we talked about things, the more it felt like he and I were identical twins, except he was from a different state altogether and had moved to that area with his girlfriend only a few months prior. We grew up in two totally different states, but honestly looked like we were related. Now, I know that this may be a coincidence, like I said, but the fact that I would pull into this specific gas station at this time during an impromptu road trip to my wife's grandparents' house across the state and run into someone that looked like they were basically a clone of myself just feels astronomical, like nearly impossible. Hopefully, I run into him again. We didn't exchange phone numbers or details or anything like that. We just kind of reveled in the moment and decided to move on. If we never run into each other again, I just hope he's doing well.
So, I have a creepy story that happened back when I used to do snow removal for a bunch of rental properties. So, back around 2010. For a slight bit of backstory, I worked for a small company that did contract work for the aforementioned rentals. They would load us up, 2 or 3 in a pickup truck. We would go out to the properties while it was snowing or just after a snowstorm, and it would be our job to plow out the parking lots, shovel the main stretch of sidewalk, drop some ice melt, and make sure everything was good to go for the residents by the time they got up to go to work. We weren't exactly detail-oriented. We were pretty much just told to move the snow out of the way and make sure that no one would slip, fall, or otherwise hurt themselves on the common areas. It was probably one of the most strenuous jobs a person could possibly do. Wake up at 3 a.m., load up into the truck, get to the sites, start shoveling. That last part was my main duty. I didn't get to drive the truck. I was the newbie that was told to run the shovels on the sidewalks and drop the ice melt. It was miserable, but it paid all right for what it was. Plus, I only had to work about 5 hours on the days where we had to do the removals. So, on the date in question, back around 2010, our area had gotten a lot of snow and we had 4 properties we were supposed to do, which meant that we were going to be out until around 8 removing the snow. We loaded up and got through the first 3 with relative ease. No real problems besides being cold as hell and dealing with a mild case of frostbite. We headed out to the final property, which was a bit of an uppity style property. By that, I mean it was a full-on rental property that was owned by a big real estate company, and it was a bunch of townhomes and duplexes around what was essentially its own block. The part that makes it uppity were the people, prices, and property requirements. The people were snooty, the prices were outrageous for the area, and the property management were the only people that we ever had problems with. For the most part, the properties we worked with had one requirement: make the snow not block the way of cars. This specific property, however, were super anal about where the snow went, the direction we plowed in, and the type of ice melt we used. Yes, they had a specific brand that they required we use because it was less harmful to the cement. We get the first half of the property done and cleared out, and when we get to the southeast corner, we notice that there's already a pile of snow in one of the parking spots, like someone had used a small plow or a large shovel to move it into a pile about 4 feet or so tall, and they had filled the entire handicapped parking spot. We kind of sat there for a moment trying to figure out if we should call the office and tell them that one of their tenants had left a pile of snow shoveled in one of the spots, but I made a comment about how they would just blame us because it wasn't in the designated snow zone. My boss sighed and paused for a second, thinking about what we should do. The spot wasn't large enough for him to maneuver in, and there were cars next to it anyway, which meant we were going to have to get out and move the snow back into the parking lot so we could then move it to the correct area. This meant a lot of manual labor to move a pile of snow just to repile the snow elsewhere, which meant I was the one that had to get out there and do it. I hopped out of the truck and walked back to get the shovel, then went over to the pile of snow and attempted to push some of it off the top. And of course, it had become a chunk of ice more than a pile of snow. I smacked it some with a shovel to loosen it up, but had to climb over it and start breaking chunks off, but I was getting nowhere fast. I motioned for my boss and our coworker to come over and help. They parked and grabbed the shovels, and we started all chipping away at the parking lot iceberg. It took us a few minutes to get a good portion of it into the parking lot, but when we got most of the way through, I noticed that there was something in the snow pile. It didn't take long for all 3 of us to realize what we were looking at. It was an arm, and that arm was attached to a torso. This pile of snow that a tenant had packed so carefully into this parking spot wasn't done out of frustration of said tenant. This was a temporary grave. We immediately dropped the shovels and ran back to the truck. My boss grabbed the phone and called 911 to report it, and he told me to call the property management. The management showed up first, then the police and EMS. Though EMS wasn't going to be able to do much, this person was quite obviously dead. They had us help remove the ice as best we could from around her so they could get her out and attempt to identify. As soon as we were able to get her uncovered, it was pretty clear how she died. There were multiple stab wounds to the chest and stomach area. The management was able to identify her right away. It was one of their elderly tenants that lived in the building that was just to the right of the parking spot. They told the police that she lived alone and that no one in the area had any problems with her or anything. We were pretty much told by management that our job was done there, and the police thanked us for our help. We packed our stuff up and decided that we were done for the day. My boss said that he felt like we should take a day or two off because of how messed up the situation was. After a few days, when we all met back up, my boss had actually told us that he was able to contact the management of the property and talk with them about the situation, and they told him more about it. This older woman was a decent tenant, but she had apparently moved her son into her basement without the knowledge of management, and her son had a drug problem. It was basically a case of her wanting him to live with her and get better, but he was set in his ways, and apparently they had a disagreement that night, and he killed her, then buried her in the snow somewhere around 3 a.m. If we had done our route backwards, as we sometimes did, and went to that property first thing, we probably would have run into him burying her. We all kind of guessed that he knew she would be found eventually, and that it would be easier to just cover her in the snow, as it was likely to not melt for a couple of weeks. Plus, he may have thought we would just pile more in the spot when we plowed it. He was caught, thankfully, because he had taken his mother's car and attempted to get it as far away as he could. Thankfully, he was the main suspect, and they put out a call for the car, so when it was spotted literally 2 towns over that same day, he was taken in and he told them about what he had done. I actually did this for a couple more years after this incident, but every time we approached a pile of snow that was more than a foot high, my boss and I kind of clenched, wondering if it was going to happen again. Thankfully, it never did. So, I have a glitch story that some could look at and equate as a potential false memory, or something that my brain just made up when I was younger. But I've always had a fantastic memory, and I know for a fact that all of this happened how I remember it. On top of that, and something that I find interesting, every single time I try to think about this or tell this story to someone, I start to get this weird feeling that I'm about to have a panic attack, which almost feels as if the Matrix, or whatever it is that controls our simulated reality, is trying to get me to forget the old timeline and accept this new one. That said, I remember all of this as it actually happened, and I refuse to be pushed into some alternative timeline that isn't true. This happened back when I was 12, which was about 10 years ago. Now, I know that some of you may say, you were a kid, so you probably just don't remember it, right? But I promise you that I remember all of this very vividly, in an intricate detail. At this point, my family lived in a small house in Missouri. I'm not going to say where specifically for security reasons. It was just myself, my parents, and my brother, and we were fairly separated from most of our family, with the exception of our aunt on our mother's side. The start of this whole event happened when my paternal grandmother passed away. It was the end of June, and my brother and I were out of school for the summer when my parents got a call. Apparently, my grandmother had died unexpectedly and suddenly in her sleep, and my grandfather was trying to figure out everything in a panic. The problem was that, as stated, his only son, my father, lived in Missouri, and they lived in upstate New York. At this point, my dad makes a firm decision that he needs to fly up north to help his father take care of everything, and my mom says she's going to go with him, as he would need the emotional support. It was decided that my brother and I would stay with my aunt in St. Louis while my parents flew out to New York to take care of my grandfather and my grandmother's affairs. Here's what I remember happening. I remember my aunt coming to get my brother and I. I remember loading my stuff into the car alongside my brother, and I remember telling my parents goodbye. I specifically remember telling my parents that I hoped they enjoyed New York. I remember this because it was something stupid to say. They were going for a funeral. They weren't going to enjoy it at all. Anyways, after that, I remember getting in the car with my aunt, and as we were driving, my aunt tells us that we were going to go to Six Flags during the week we were staying there. I remember being incredibly excited for it, and I remember the two of us genuinely having an amazing time with my aunt and uncle, going on all the rides, and that I specifically loved the roller coasters. Overall, it was probably the best week of my childhood. We got to spend time with my aunt and uncle. They didn't have kids, so they spoiled us. We got to go to Six Flags and really just had a great week that summer. When we got home, my parents were already back at the house, and I know I've said this a few times, but I specifically remember that my father gave me a snow globe that had the skyline of New York. This globe was absolutely gorgeous, and that I genuinely loved everything about it. It was one of my prized possessions as a child, and I kept it on a shelf. I never really touched it, but I always knew it was there, and I genuinely loved it. Now, here's where the glitch, or timeline shift, or whatever occurs. When I hit 19, I was ready to move out of the house and into my own apartment. A friend of mine and I had saved up the money to pay what we needed. We both had a steady job for our age, and we were excited to move forward with our lives. When I was packing up my room and boxing away all my stuff, I got to the point where I was clearing off my shelf, and I paused. There were various little knickknacks, items, trophies from school, but no snow globe. I just kind of sat there and stared for a moment, trying to think about where I could have put what I considered to be one of my most cherished items as a child. I called my mom into my room, and I asked her if she or Dad had moved my snow globe to another shelf in the house, or if they had seen it. My mom then asks me what snow globe I'm talking about. I tell her the one that she and Dad got me from when they went to New York. My mother just stares at me confused and says that she and Dad had never been to New York. When she said this, I started to feel incredibly strange inside, almost like that panic attack feeling I mentioned before. I stepped down from the ladder and tried to ask if she was feeling okay and if she had forgotten when the two of them went to New York when Grandma died. She again asked what I was talking about. I called my dad into the room and tried to talk to him about it, and he was just as confused, saying they never went to New York ever. I tell them that when I was 12, Grandma passed away and Grandpa was panicking because he didn't know what to do. I said that the two of them flew to New York to help him out, and my aunt came to get my brother and I, and we stayed with her in St. Louis, and that we all went to Six Flags while we were there. Then it got even more confusing. My dad's face twisted into genuine confusion, and he said, "Yes, when you were 12, my mother passed away unexpectedly, but they lived in Chicago. We drove you to your aunt's house on the way there. She didn't come and get you." So now, with this said, I live in a timeline where my grandparents lived in Chicago and not New York. In this timeline, my aunt also didn't come get us. My parents supposedly drove us to St. Louis on their way to Chicago. They never brought back a snow globe, and they drove. They didn't fly. I don't understand how any of this is possible when I have a very vivid memory of the situation, and I recall having that snow globe my entire childhood. What's really weird is that I cannot recall the last time I actually saw the snow globe, and I'm struggling to remember anything past getting it and putting it on my shelf. And every time I think about it, the memories are foggy, and I start to get that anxious feeling. Like I said, I know this may be incredibly mundane to others, but to me, it's one of the creepiest things that has ever happened. Back when I was single and used some online dating pages, I had a few dates that were probably in the category of awful and painful, but only one that was really creepy. There was one time that I had matched with a girl named Cindy, and we talked for a bit, hit it off, the basic start to a good thing when it comes to dating. After chatting it up, we decided that we would meet for dinner the next night. We meet up, and she's exactly as she was in the pictures, and she was incredibly friendly. We had a quick conversation outside the restaurant and went in to get our food. The dinner started out as perfect as it could have. About 20 minutes in, after we had gotten our drinks and put in our food order, I noticed that there was a woman sitting at a table a few spots down that was glaring at me. At first, I thought she was staring at something behind me, but I was at the wall and there was nothing to stare at. I mentioned it to Cindy. I said, "Hey, there's a woman that is sitting behind you that is staring daggers at me right now." She put her hands over her face and said, "Oh God, blonde, long hair, glasses?" While this was a vague description, it was exact. This woman was blonde, had long hair, and thick glasses on her face. I told her she was right and asked if she knew her. Come to find out, this woman that was murdering me with her eyes was Cindy's ex-girlfriend. I had no problem that Cindy was for both teams. What I had a problem with was the fact that I thought this woman was going to legit murder me at a moment's notice. I asked if I should be concerned, and she said probably not, which was not at all convincing. After a few moments, our waiter brings over our food. We thank him, and he walks away. No more than 45 seconds later, Cindy's ex stands up and walks over to our table. "Hey, Cindy, leave me alone, please." At this point, I could tell that Cindy and this woman did not break up on good terms. Cindy's face was visibly red, and I could tell that she was having a bit of a panic attack. "Please, just go away." "I don't like this one," the other woman said before she grabbed my drink off the table and practically heaved it at me. She then said, "See you around," to Cindy, then looked over at me and told me to watch my back, and walked away, like that wasn't the most terrifying thing she could have said to me. So there I was, soda covering my food, my shirt, and my pants, and the look on my face was probably one of complete and total shock. Thankfully, the waiter had actually seen what happened, so he rushed over and told me he would get the manager and he would get the food taken care of. I wasn't really concerned about the burger. I was more so worried about Cindy and maybe a little bit for myself. By this point, Cindy was actually in tears. I asked her what was up with that woman and if she was in any actual danger. Honestly, just trying to gauge the situation and figure out if I needed to call the cops. She then proceeds to tell me that Amanda, the ex, was pretty much a stalker at this point. She had followed Cindy around on each date she had, ruined her relationships, and had even literally stabbed her last boyfriend. She said it was only in his hand and that he was completely alive and fine, but that he had broken up with her after this. She said that every time she thought Amanda was going to be gone for good, she would appear the minute Cindy tried to move on. The worst part, this has been going on for 2 full years at this point. She said that she'd filed restraining orders, contacted the police, and nothing was being done about it. She said that, for some reason, the authorities were taking it lightly and that they weren't really doing much to keep Amanda away. She told me that the stabbing incident had happened over 3 months ago and that she waited this long to see if maybe it would work to get rid of Amanda. Well, it didn't, and Amanda was very much there and very angry. At the end of the date, after we had dinner and talked more about Amanda, Cindy told me that it was best that we didn't see each other again. She apologized and said that if Amanda ever disappeared entirely, she would give me a call and maybe we could try again. I agreed, and we went our separate ways. On my way home, I called my brother to tell him what had happened, and he honestly laughed at me. He then told me that I was played and that Cindy was just trying to get free food and that Amanda was her wing woman. I started to believe him and was actually a bit upset that I had fallen for it and that they were such good actors. That is, until the next morning, I got up and got my coffee, then went to take my dog for a walk when I saw the end result of Amanda's anger. My windshield was smashed and all 4 of my tires had been slashed. On top of that, the phrase, "she's mine," was spray painted on the hood. Obviously, I called the police, got the report, and made the insurance claim. Thankfully, I had good coverage. I also sent pictures to my brother and asked if he still thought I was being played. In the end, I never spoke to Cindy again, and I didn't message her to tell her about the damage to my car. I told the police about the night before, but they didn't really seem interested. Every now and then, I start to think about Cindy, and I wonder if she's out there, if she's doing okay. I really do worry that Amanda may lose her mind and attack her one day. I guess my final thought to Amanda, the absolute psychotic ex-girlfriend of Cindy, I hope you and I never meet again. This happened several years ago when a few high school buddies of mine and I decided that we wanted to get together and do our own kind of 10-year reunion celebration. We were never the cool kids, so we kind of just thought it would be a waste of time to even bother with a real reunion, and decided that a camping trip would better fit our interests. We had all kind of dispersed around the Midwest, so it was difficult to get all of the logistics sorted out, but my buddy Ray had family that lived out west in pretty much the middle of nowhere, but in a really nice, nature-laden part of the state. What was even better, they owned some remote land, and they were okay with us setting up our camp on their property so long as we didn't cause any damage to the natural formations. So it was an absolute win on our part. We set up the date and times and decided that we would all go out the first weekend in May and spend most of the week out in a really nice area, just enjoying the weather and the surrounding nature. I was honestly super excited to go on this trip, as I hadn't seen a couple of the guys since we graduated, though we kept in touch over things like Facebook. The logistics went like this. I was going to head out that way by car with my pal Joe. Ray and Mark were going to drive out together, and Brent was going to drive out with Dave. Basically, it was going to be a road trip with 2 of us per car, heading from different locations, and we had a hotel that we'd be staying in for the first night. We were all going to meet up there, then head out to the campgrounds, as that would just make it easier for everyone to go at the same time. Like I said, I was pretty psyched, as this was probably the most exciting thing I'd done in a long time, and I loved road trips. The drive there goes about as expected, fairly uneventful, with it pretty much just being a drive across parts of the Midwest, though the mountainous region was obviously gorgeous. I was the one driving for the first half, Joe for the second, and we got there in pretty good time considering how far it was. We were the second group to make it to the hotel, and the other guys, Ray and Mark, pulled in a few hours later. We all spent the night at a local bar catching up, playing pool, and just having a great night. After spending a few hours out and just enjoying ourselves, we opted to go ahead and call it a night and head back to our hotel rooms. When the morning rolled around, we had our fancy hotel breakfast of just add water eggs and microwave bacon, then all headed back onto the road. We followed Ray's car, and after about 45 or so minutes, we ended up in an area that pretty much seemed like the middle of nowhere. He parked and got out. Joe and I kind of gave him a look like, "Are you sure this is where we're supposed to be?" But he reassured us that he knew the area from when he spent the summer with his aunt as a kid. In the end, all we could do was trust him. We parked the cars and got all of our camping gear out, walked a couple 100 yards away until we had all decided that the spot was perfect, and started setting up. After a bit of time, we all got our tents set up. We decided to set them up with the 6 tents in a semicircle, all facing toward where we had parked the cars. Once night started rolling around, we set up our small pit and lit a fire, then all sat around and started reminiscing about our years in high school. It was probably one of the best nights I'd had in a long time, just sitting there with my old pals from high school, talking about the days when we were young, and then catching up on random things in our lives. What made it all the better was that the property owned by Ray's aunt was legitimately in the middle of nowhere. There were only dirt roads, no street lights, and no cell reception. It was probably around 10 or so when Brent pointed out that there was a car driving down one of the dirt roads. We all kind of sat there and watched it pass. It was pretty far away from us, but it was the only car that we'd seen all night. Ray laughed and said it was probably just one of the neighbors cutting through the back roads for whatever reason. He mentioned that the dirt roads over this way were used pretty much by the people that knew my aunt and people that were running illegal goods, mostly because the cops never came this way. Dave asked what kind of illegal goods, and as nonchalantly as he could be, Ray just said, drugs for the cartel. Obviously, we were all a bit shaken by that, but he didn't tell us that we were going to be sleeping on a cartel trail. He tells us that it's fine and that we didn't have to worry. His reasoning was pretty much that if they were running drugs across the area, they weren't going to pay them any mind because it would look more suspicious. They would just pass on by and keep going, never giving us a second glance. All we could do was trust him. After a couple more hours of chatting and drinking the beer we had brought, we all decided that it would be a good idea to call it a night. We all got into our tents, and I was struggling to fall asleep for some dumb reason. I was lying there for about half an hour, tossing and turning, and just generally feeling uncomfortable, when I noticed there was a light shining in the direction of our tents. I sat up and watched it get brighter and closer for a few moments, then it stopped moving. Within a few moments, the silence of the small forest was interrupted with the sound of a gunshot and a man yelling for all of us to get out of our tents. Inside, I was freaking out, obviously thinking about the cartel coming to rob us or murder us for being on their turf. In my defense, I was tired and a bit buzzed. He started shouting again that if we didn't get out of our tents, he was going to have to get us out, and that he had plenty of zip cuffs to make it happen, which was more than enough for me to get my ass up and open the door to the tent. I think the other guys were just as freaked out because everyone else exited their tent around the same time, everyone except Ray. We all got out, and in front of us was an old man holding a handgun in his right hand and a shotgun strapped to his back. It was pretty clear that he was in control of the situation and that he was going to be ready to take on any threats. I remember him saying something along the lines of, "I saw you boys out there a few hours ago. I gave you plenty of time to leave. Now we're going to have to do this the hard way." Before he unclipped his collection of zip cuffs, all of us were in mild panic, but apparently I was the only one that thought we should say something. "Wait, sir, we know who owns this land. We're not here to cause any trouble or anything. If we need to leave, we can find a new place to set up camp or go back to a hotel or something." He paused for a moment and looked over at me, then asked me how we knew the owner, and I tried to tell him that she was a family member of one of us, but he was still in the tent. At first, it looked like he didn't believe me, but after I pointed to the only closed tent and said that he was in there, he motioned for me to open the tent, then said, "Don't do anything stupid. You move wrong at all, and they'll be burying you out here." This statement made me all but piss my pants, but I moved over to the tent with my hands up and then slowly unzipped it. I tried to wake Ray up by saying, "Ray, get up. There's a crazy dude out here with a gun." Of course, he had more to drink than I did, and he was less than responsive. I whisper shouted it again, and after a few seconds, he finally opened his eyes. I told him that we needed him outside immediately because we were all about to die. He slowly and groggily sits up and then stands to get out of the tent. After a few seconds of taking in the scenes, he half drunkenly says, "Oh, hey, Mr. Carls, what are you doing out here?" The look on the old man's face changed completely. He went from murderous intent to looking like he just saw his own grandson for the first time. He quickly holstered his gun and stepped forward to give Ray a hug. After the tensions were a bit more settled, and we were done having our panic attacks, we learned who this man was. Ray told us that Mr. Carls was his aunt's next-door neighbor and had been for as long as they'd lived there, and apparently, the last time they'd seen each other, Ray was around 12. When we asked why he was creeping around on Ray's aunt's property, ready to put a new hole in anyone he saw, apparently his aunt was out of town and asked Mr. Carls to watch the property for trespassers, a job that the old man took very seriously. Also, his aunt had apparently forgotten to mention to the old man that we would be coming up for our camping trip. So when he saw our camp, he thought we were going to be there for a little bit and leave, which was a common thing for drifters. When he saw that we were still there, he apparently strapped up and decided that he was going to take us all into the sheriff's department himself, hence the sip cuffs. In the end, we stayed the full week and enjoyed the time together. Mr. Carls even came out to have a beer with us a couple times and brought us some food that his wife had made. Not exactly the norm for camping cuisine, but it was quite nice. I will say that as much as I really did enjoy this trip and hanging out with some of my old friends, having a gunshot right outside my tent and then pointed at my face because an old man thought we were trespassers has made it to where I really don't think I want to go camping again.
Back when I was 19, I had a dream that firmly planted the idea in my head that we are actually living in a shoddily designed simulation. I remembered that this happened on my 19th birthday. Actually, well, the first part did. The second part was about a month or so later. On the night of my 19th birthday, I had the weirdest dream I have ever had. It was probably the most realistic dream that I've ever experienced, to the point where it felt like I was honestly lucid dreaming. Though this was a long time before I even knew what that meant. In this dream, I remember walking down the street, and I recall that my mind was set on going to the grocery store to get a bag of coffee, something that's not really me. I'm not huge on coffee, honestly. Anyways, I was walking with my earphones in, and a song I really liked came on. I turned my phone up because I was really feeling it, and I remember that I couldn't hear anything around me. I got to the corner where I had to cross to get to the store, and I remember I was standing there waiting for the light to change. I remember that I wasn't the only one waiting for the light to change. There was also another guy standing there with me. For some reason, what he was wearing stood out to me vividly in the dream. It was a sweatshirt that was orange, and it looked like it was covered in paint stains. I recalled that the logo on the top right said something like Cooper Interiors. After a few minutes, it swapped over to the walk sign, and I started into the crosswalk. I stepped into the road with a bit of haste. I remember that I was just really focused on the beat of the song. Then after a few steps, I remember seeing a car coming at me at a ridiculously high speed. Something about that moment felt like it was in slow motion. I remember looking at the car, at the driver as he barreled in my direction. I remember looking to my left and seeing the guy in the orange sweatshirt looking at me with terror on his face. I remember seeing the police officers in their cars behind the first driver. It was like I was being given several moments extra to take in the entire scene around me and take in the details. Saturday, around noon, guy in the orange interior design sweatshirt, the specific song, and me standing in the middle of the crosswalk on the street next to the grocery store. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the ground and feeling cold throughout my body, staring up at a slightly overcast sky. I remember feeling dizzy and not being able to move.
Then I recall the guy in the orange sweatshirt running over to me and the sound of sirens near me. Then I woke up covered in sweat and freaking out mentally. That dream legit felt like it had happened in real life, almost to the point where I want to believe that I actually died and essentially loaded a save file or something like that. Anyways, on to the really freaky part. A couple months later, after I had this dream, I was at home and talking with my girlfriend on the phone, and she mentioned that she had just bought some sort of pumpkin spice coffee and that she really liked it. She was saying that it was the best coffee that she had ever had and that I needed to try it. I relented and told her that I would go sometime and get some. She told me that I needed to go now and get it, otherwise I never would. She knew I didn't really like coffee, and honestly, she was right. I sighed and said fine, then told her I would call her back when I got home. I threw on my jacket and put in my headphones, ready to walk to the store. You probably know where this is going. I was walking down the street with my mind dead set on getting this dumb pumpkin spice coffee to make my girlfriend happy. I knew I was most likely not going to like it, but it was for her, so I needed to do it. Near the corner where I would need to cross, one of my favorite songs came on, and something about it felt different, like I was really feeling it. It felt like I hadn't listened to it for years, and it just randomly came on. I reached for the volume button to turn it up, but paused. It was at this moment that the dream came back to me. The song was the same, the street was the same, the plan was the same. There was only one thing that was out of place: the guy on the corner. There was still a guy standing there. He was still wearing a paint-stained sweatshirt, and it still said Cooper Interiors. But it wasn't orange. It was a really pale blue. I was just standing there and staring at the light, waiting for it to change and thinking about how that dream went. I pulled my earphones out for a moment and just kind of stood there. Within seconds, I heard police sirens heading in that direction quickly. The light changes over to walk, and at that moment, I felt strange. I got that cold feeling all over again that I had in the dream, almost like it was reminding me what would happen if I did walk. I just stood there and waited for a few seconds, waiting for the car to zoom down the road at full speed. Sure enough, it did. That car with that driver being followed by that exact police officer. All of them blasted through the light and past both myself and the guy in the sweatshirt. After they passed, the guy next to me chuckled and looked over at me. He said something like, "Dang, good thing you took your earphones out when you did, huh?" I actually laughed and nodded, kind of in awe that this whole situation played out in front of me. That's pretty much it. I dreamed the situation, and it almost played out in front of me. Part of me thinks that it was either a prophetic dream where I was given a heads up, or it was another timeline with a perfect storm set up. The only difference in this situation was the color of the sweatshirt, and maybe that was the only thing that needed to be different for this all to unfold in a new way. Also, If anyone wants to know, I didn't like the coffee and ended up giving the rest to my girlfriend. I live in one of the northern states where temperatures start dropping fast in the fall. Because of this, and since we had a fireplace, we typically had it on instead of the heat. As an adult now, I've learned how much it can really save on heating bills. My parents would usually buy logs in bulk, but we did have a lot of acreage, so just to pad the supply, my dad would also cut down some trees or branches around the property. Of course, being around 14 or 15, I would help my dad collect it and bring it back. I never had a problem with it though. I enjoyed the fall and winter as well as the time I got to spend alone with my dad. We usually just pushed a wheelbarrow around or a small trailer attached to an ATV to lug them back to the house, depending on the weather. Another normal occurrence when we were out there was the wildlife. We would see birds, rabbits, squirrels, and even deers. We pretty much coexisted with them all. It may come as a surprise to some, but my family was not a bunch of hunters. They didn't like the idea of killing them, in fact. My dad hated the hunting seasons because we could hear the gunshots all over. He didn't even own a gun. They were both weirdo, hippie country folk, but I can appreciate that. Even as an adult, hunting does not interest me. Anyways, so when we're out, sometimes we would name off birds that we saw or other animals, and based on what they were doing or how they looked, we made stories about them. We would even give them a name, a backstory, and even where they were heading. But when we did come across coyotes, foxes, and even one terrifying time a mountain lion, we stayed back and avoid them as much as possible. Besides, we're the ones that are more out of place than them. Sorry for rambling, just wanted to share a bit of backstory of my family and to possibly explain why we reacted the way we did to the following event. So one fall day, I had helped my dad cut down a tree that was in the way of some fencing he was putting up. We had to stop to go get a part for the wheelbarrow because one of the legs had broken or something in the middle of me bringing it over. As one simple task normally does, it ended up taking us all day to finish it. I don't remember exactly what all happened, but it was probably the normal multiple trips and errands to run, and then by the time we got home and fixed the damn thing, my mom had dinner started and said I needed to do my homework before anything else. So we decided to wait until after I finished and we had dinner before we went back out there. I think we were both feeling pretty worn out, and since it was getting late, my dad suggested we just take the ATV instead to make the trip easier. So we got back to the tree and started loading up the trailer with the smaller stuff. While doing so, I started feeling like I was being watched. As mentioned, it was normal to see animals and have some of them just stare, but this feeling was putting me on edge. I started looking around everywhere when I spotted something between the trees on the other side of the house. At first, it had the shape of a dog, so I thought it was either a stray or maybe a coyote, but the more I looked at it, the more uneasy I felt. My dad must have noticed me stop, and he asked what I was looking at, so I pointed it out to him. He stopped as well and stared at the thing. I remember asking him what he thought it was, and after hesitating for several moments, he finally said, "It looks like a rough-looking dog." I could tell in his voice, though, that he didn't like this either. Usually when we ran into potentially dangerous animals, my dad was calm and just suggested we move on. However, he would not look away from this thing. I asked him if he was feeling creeped out too, and surprisingly, he said yeah. So I started telling him how I was feeling too. That's when he told me that something just wasn't right about the creature. We just stood there, completely still, and watched this thing until it finally moved. It started walking along the trees, but the way it was walking was even more unnatural. It had 4 legs, but it wasn't bending them at the knees. The movement was very stiff. Imagine how a doll would walk without the knee joints, or when you walk your fingers like legs. Sorry if this doesn't make sense, but it's kind of hard to explain. So when I saw it walking, I became even more alarmed. I mentioned it to my dad, but he just continued watching it. The thing started walking towards us, which meant the trees were thinning out, shedding more light on it. That's when we could see more details. This thing was definitely bigger than a coyote, but it looked disheveled. Its fur was dirty and almost patchy looking. While it seemed to look dark and have an even darker aura around it, it had bright, glowing orange-looking eyes. As it got closer, we also started smelling something like rotting. Again, we saw a lot of wildlife, some alive and some dead, so I knew the smell. We didn't smell it until we noticed this creature. As it walked closer, we could make out a moaning sound that also didn't sound natural. It didn't sound like a person, but it also didn't sound like an animal in pain. This was when the feeling of dread really started to overwhelm me. But before I could mention it to my dad, without taking his sight off this thing, he told me to run towards the house as fast as I could. When I heard him shout "run," I took off only to look back once to see my dad right behind me. He nearly shoved me in the house as he ran in behind me, closing and locking the door. My mom and 2 little siblings were all watching a movie in the living room, so she was instantly startled and asked us what happened. My dad let out a little laugh, saying we saw a coyote that was looking pretty aggressive, so we decided to run home. She seemed a bit suspicious, but accepted his response and we went to clean up. I wasn't about to call my dad out. I assume he did it since my siblings were there and probably didn't want to scare my mom. He probably would have done the same to me if I hadn't witnessed it. We didn't talk about it again that night, and we went and finished gathering the wood the next day when it was nice and bright out. I asked him about it then, if he really thought it was a coyote, and he honestly told me no. He said he didn't know what it was, but he knew it wasn't a normal animal and that it wasn't friendly. I asked him what he thought it was, and he didn't answer me for a while. Then he finally spoke up, and the only thing he said was, "It's something we should never think about or talk about again." My dad was not easily frightened, but the tone in this response was enough to make me think he was serious, so I never brought it up again. Now that I'm older and after seeing many stories of cryptids and talking to friends that believe in that kind of stuff, I'm pretty sure it was a skinwalker. Regardless, it was a terrifying sight, and those out there trying to find one to witness themselves, I would suggest stopping now. It's really not worth it. My dad's family has owned a funeral home and cemetery for many generations. The old office was so small that it's now used as a storage shed for our equipment, and a bigger and better office was built. It's a blessing in the sense that I will always have a job, but it's definitely not for everyone. I am not the type that gets scared or uncomfortable when it comes to death. In fact, being in this field has made me more responsible when it comes to end-of-life decisions. At 32, I can tell you, I already have my plans laid out, so there isn't a burden on my family if anything were to happen. I'm sure some of my friends think I'm weird, but hey, life is short and you never know what will happen tomorrow. I also feel like I am more open-minded and in tune with those that have passed in the paranormal because of this. My mother has always helped out at the funeral home, but ghosts and spirits have never been her thing. Even dealing with death every day, she didn't believe any of it was real. I say this because I couldn't really talk to her about what I witnessed, but my father believed it all. In fact, we joke about having some frequent ghosts in our facility or on the grounds,
and speak about them as if they were living customers right in front of us. I feel like our place has become locally popular because of the paranormal activity alone. Because I am so connected to them, they really hold a place close to me like family. When I was younger, my parents still brought me to the funeral home so that they could watch me, but when there was a service going on, I was at my grandparents' or aunt and uncle's. I appreciate them wanting me to understand that this is a normal thing, but also didn't want me to see anything a child shouldn't. So I often saw people coming and going to the funeral home, caskets and urns coming in, and sometimes other random items that families might request. One in particular that stood out to me when I was about 6 was a really gorgeous blue casket, but it was also very small. We all know what that means. As I saw my parents setting up the room, I noticed the decals they were putting on the casket, which were different superheroes. My mom had explained to me that it was for a little boy that really liked them, and his parents asked for his final resting place to look like his room. So they dressed it up just as they wanted. Before they brought him out for the services, and before the family arrived to set up the rest, like personal gifts and pictures, I was ushered off to my aunt's and things continued as normal. After a few days, I was back there playing in the back room and watching a movie when I noticed my dolls were falling off the small desk that was in there. Thinking nothing of it, I just picked them up and put them back. This actually happened twice more, and at that age, I was just getting annoyed and yelled, "Stop it!" It didn't happen again after that, but my dad had walked in and asked what happened. I told him what was going on when he just smiled and said, "Maybe we should ask nicely next time," and walked out, but left the door open that time. After a few minutes of getting back to my movie, I realized this and look over to the door. That's when I saw a young boy wearing a long blue cape, just standing there. Not knowing what to do, I just said hi, but he continued to stand there. I tried talking to him more, but he would never respond. So I got up and closed the door with him standing there. A while later, my mom came in and asked how I was doing, and that's when I brought up the little boy. She said there weren't any boys there and asked what he looked like. After describing him to her, the look on her face changed to one of concern, and she just left the room. As I got older, I learned that my mom thought my dad told me about the little boy that was in the blue casket, or that I saw him, because that was exactly what he looked like, down to the cape. Over time, my dad and I both got used to seeing the little boy. He became a bit mischievous at times, as just like my dolls, things would get moved, go missing, only to reappear right where they last were, or they would just get knocked down. I finally found out his name so I could address him properly, and from there, it was as if I could communicate with him. I would ask him, "Charlie, where did my pen go?" And it would be in my seat or something. However, unlike some of the others, he's the only kid I've seen, and my dad and I are the only ones to see or experience his presence. The other experience occurred when I was a young adult. The cemetery is open all day for anyone to come and go as they please. Some people go by themselves or another person, where I've seen a whole group of people practically trying to have a party or celebration for their loved ones. We usually let them be and give them their privacy until close to closing, and walk or drive around and let everyone know so they can start heading out. After one particular service, there was a woman that stayed around long after the service was over. I knew it was the same woman because of her outfit. She was in a long black dress that was flowy towards the bottom, because you could see the bottom of it move with the wind. It looked like it had either lace sleeves with attached gloves or full-length gloves. She also had on one of those small cocktail hats that had a long black lace veil over her face. She had long, dark brown hair that was all pulled to the side over her shoulder. She stood there holding her hands in front of her, staring at the plot. She was still there when we started making our rounds. It was closer to the front, so I decided to walk over to her, hoping I could comfort her as well. As I got closer to her, I heard one of the groundskeepers holler out for me. I turned around, giving them a look of, "Seriously?" because I felt it was rude to shout like that. But by the time I turned back around, the woman was gone. I looked around for a moment, trying to see if I could find her, but she was nowhere. So I turned around to walk back towards the groundskeeper, and I was about to tell him to not shout like that when he apologized and said he thought it was okay since there was no one around. That's when I immediately mentioned the woman that was standing there, and his only response was, "What woman?" At first I was confused, but it quickly clicked in my mind. I apologized to him and again just advised to avoid shouting on the grounds while we're open. We finished up for the evening and started to leave when I was driving by the side of the grounds and saw this woman standing there again. I had to know for sure what I was seeing, so I pulled over, walked up to the fence line, and stared at her for a few seconds. After a while, I watched her turn around, walk off behind our big center oak tree, and then she was gone. I drove around as far to the other side as I could to see if she just went over to the other side, but she wasn't there. The next day, I went in and checked the books to see whose plot she was at. The plot belonged to a gentleman that was born in the 50s, and his wife and children survived him, so I was stumped as to who this woman could be. I started going back through the records to learn more and found out his mother had passed away when he was still a child, and, you guessed it, she was buried here as well. I went to find her plot and learned it was on the opposite side of that oak tree. My guess is she was here and was waiting to meet her son again. I still see her in passing, but I always let her have space. It doesn't seem like she wants company, so I respect her space and try to tell others as well the best I can. We have had a few people say they've seen her, and we've had a small talk for those that I know are gifted like me. So these were two experiences that have stuck with me since my time here, especially since they are two recurring events. It's not hard to open up and realize we are not alone here, especially in my field. I feel it has drawn me closer to the paranormal, and I welcome the opportunity to possibly learn about someone's life and help celebrate it.
This story takes place several years ago in the early to mid 2000s. I think it was 2006 because at the time I was living with my aunt and uncle in the middle of pretty much nowhere Midwest. I won't get into the whole why I was living with them thing because it's not really relevant. Just know I had crappy parents and they were the next best thing, but they really did live in what was pretty much the middle of nowhere. The town, if you could call it that we lived in, had a really small population and pretty much everyone knew everyone else. It was basically one of those small towns where if you pulled into someone's driveway, you'd get met with the business end of a double barrel. On top of this, they lived on what was basically a long dirt road that literally just ended. There were no turnarounds or side roads. It was literally just one long dirt path with gravel on it that went the length of a few properties and then stopped at a tree line. It didn't even have one of those metal guardrails to stop you at the end. It was just forest in a small ravine, pretty much. This meant that the people that came down the road were typically just the people that lived there or were visiting someone that lived there. Very rarely did we get someone that would drive all the way down the road, find that it just ended, and then turn around to go somewhere else. Now that you have an idea of what it was like, I'll get on to what actually happened. I was 16 at the time and had recently gotten my driver's license. So I was the one that drove to the only gas station to get snacks or would drive out to the grocery store to pick up a few things we needed. I was pretty much just taking every single opportunity that I could to get in the car and go, since now I legally could. This was especially true since it was summer break, because otherwise I would just be sitting in the house with my little brother, and that was not something I wanted to do. It was pretty early in the morning, sometime around 8 or so, because my uncle had just gotten up and was complaining that we were out of both creamer and milk for his coffee, and he was getting grumpy because of it. I told him that I would go ahead and run to the store to get what he needed if he wanted. He said I could go, but then told me to take Jimmy, my little brother. I really didn't want to, but I wasn't going to fight him on it. We got in the car, headed out down the drive and onto the road toward the main roads. A few minutes into the drive, I saw what looked like a car sitting on the side of the road with the hood up, which is also something you don't normally see around here. I slowed down as we approached it and saw a man in a button-down shirt and nice pants just kind of standing there in front of the car, looking at it like he was annoyed or frustrated. I asked him if he was okay, and he laughed, then walked over to my window. Here's how the conversation went. Him: "No, I'm not okay. I was driving down the road and this thing just stopped running. I don't know what's wrong with it. You wouldn't happen to have a phone I could use, would you?" Me: "No, I don't, sorry. Were you going to see someone down this way? I could point you to their house and they could help you." Mind you, this was 2006. Most people didn't have cell phones on them at the time, much less out here. Him: "That's all right. Could you give me a ride up the road to the gas station so I could call someone? It's just me out here and I don't really know where I am." This was a bit of a weird statement. He definitely looked out of place, but to be on this road usually meant you knew where you were going. Me: "This is my uncle's car and I don't think he'd want me to have a stranger in it. What I can do though, let me turn around and go get him and let him know where you are so he can come out this way. He actually owns a mechanic shop, so he can either tell you what's wrong with it or get you towed out to the shop, and I'm sure he'll be able to fix it." When I said this, he kind of looked upset or disappointed, which was weird to me because I was basically offering to get him a certified mechanic to look at his car for free since he was stuck here. My uncle had been working on cars for something like 30 years at this point, and there was nothing he couldn't diagnose or fix at the shop. The guy kind of just looked around and shook his head and then leaned in and said, "Could you guys just go ahead and give me a ride? I think that would be the better way to do this." That's when my brother leaned forward and started talking. He asked, "Is that guy with you too?" and pointed towards the trees by the car. The guy looked shocked and then turned around to look at the trees, then asked in a sheepish way, "Oh, what guy?" My brother once again pointed and said, "That guy right there, behind the tree. He's been standing there for a while. Does he need a ride too?" Now, my brother can be a bit annoying at times with how he was, but this was practically the thing that saved us in this situation. As soon as the guy realized that we knew the other guy was there, he didn't really seem to know what to say. After a couple seconds of mumbling and jumping around with his words, he seemed to motion to the other guy, and as soon as I saw him start walking out of the trees with a gun in his hands, I booked it. I knew exactly what was going on here, and I knew that I needed to get as far away from this as quickly as I could. I slammed the gas pedal and took off. I'm pretty sure I actually ran over the first guy's foot on the way. After what felt like forever of driving down the road at top speed, I looked back, slowed down, and turned out onto the main road where everything was. When I finally parked in the parking lot of the grocery store, I just kind of sat there with my heart racing and panicking inside. My brother, on the other hand, was just like, "Huh, that was weird." When I was certain I wasn't going to die from a heart attack, we got out and quickly ran into the store. I went over to the desk and asked to use their phone to call my uncle. I told him that some guys were parked on our street and one of them had a gun and that they tried to carjack us. I honestly think they were more likely trying to kidnap us and take the car too, but I just stuck with the carjacking. He told me to stay there until he got up to the store and that he was going to call the cops. When the officer got to the store, my brother and I told him about the whole thing. We told him about the car, the guy, and the other guy with a gun. They did a sweep of the area, but they never found any of them. My uncle said that he didn't see them either when he drove down the road. My guess is that they took off when we did because they knew the cops would be there soon. It was bizarre for them to do this in the middle of a rural area on a road where it's just a bunch of country folk, but at the same time, I guess if you have the patience, you could get a mark pretty easily since people out that way are always willing to stop and help. It was the only time there were any reports of anything like this, and I never saw those two guys again, which tells me they weren't from around there. Honestly, I hope I never do see them again.
I used to do overnight IT work for a handful of hospitals in a small town in the Midwest that, if I mentioned it, you would have no idea where it was. That said, I'm just going to say that it was in Nebraska and leave it at that. It was contract work, and it was outsourced to a third-party company. I was just out of my 2-year degree, so I took the first job I got offered. As previously stated, that first job happened to be a contract-to-hire position doing the third shift help desk for a group of hospitals. Basically, I would be expected to be at one of the sites and answer support tickets for this main site, as well as the satellite offices if they came in, which they rarely did. For the most part, I would just spend all my hours at the main hospital and sit in the IT room from midnight to 8 in the morning doing very little. There would be the occasional printer that I would have to reset or fix for the overnight nurses, but really it was a simple job. Now, I shouldn't have to tell you this, but hospitals are typically haunted. And I don't mean like, oh, that's spooky, haunted. No, I mean straight up haunted by the spirits of people that died in the rooms and cannot pass on. Honestly, I could probably sit here and type a short novel of all the events that happened, but I think it's best to go with the ones that seriously spooked me. There was one night where I got a ticket for one of the aforementioned printers, which honestly were more hassle than they were worth. I got called down to help one of the station nurses connect her system to the main printer because it kept giving an error. I get down there, she tells me what exactly the printer is doing, and asks how long it'll take. I tell her that it'll be a few minutes, and she informs me that she needs to use the restroom. I tell her that would be fine, and that I should have it done by the time she gets back. She walks away, and I get to work. After a few moments, I get that weird feeling that someone is staring at me. You know the feeling, that spine chill? I shrugged it off and keep trying to get the drivers installed for the printer when I hear someone faintly say, "Excuse me." I look up and see an elderly patient standing in the doorway to their room and staring at me, which honestly wasn't that big a deal. I was sitting at the nurse station and I was the only person standing there. I looked up and, as politely as I could, said, "My apologies, I'm just here to help with the computer. The nurse on duty went to the restroom. I'll let her know that you need help as soon as she gets back." I say this, she smiles at me with her wrinkly, beaming smile, and I think everything is copacetic between us. I sit back down and start back into getting the hunk of junk back to a functional state. After a few moments of me working with it, I get it to connect and it starts spinning up as the spooler pulls the jobs. I patted myself on the back for another successful night and leaned back in the chair. I glanced back toward where the elderly lady was and saw that she'd closed her door. As soon as I noticed this, the nurse on duty comes back. I stand up and let her know that everything is working again and that it looked like it wasn't going to cause her any more trouble, and then I motioned toward the room where the patient was and informed her that the nice old lady needed some assistance. When I said this, her face literally went pale and she asked me which room. I pointed to the room with the door closed and told her that one. She then asked me to describe the old woman. I laugh and tell her that she had glasses, short white hair, looked to be in her 80s. As soon as I tell her this, she shows me what it was that she printed. It was paperwork that she needed to fill out for a recently deceased patient. The picture of the patient was the woman that was standing in the doorway. She then tells me that this patient had passed away earlier that evening and that they had just cleared her room. Obviously, I thought she was pulling one over on me and playfully told her to knock it off. She stared at me with a deadpan stare and walked over to the room, then opened the door and motioned for me to look. I reluctantly did, and sure enough, it was empty. The room was sanitized, everything was clean, and the board was blank. Honestly, that kind of ruined my night, and I just grabbed my laptop and went back to the IT closet. I didn't really want to deal with people after that one. Beyond that, and probably one of the other nights that scared the hell out of me, there was one evening where I was in the closet with one of my new coworkers that I was training. This was a year later, after I was hired on full time, and I was actually training this person to be under me. I had already explained how things worked, and he was sitting there going through the HR video training, and I was probably on Facebook just waiting for a ticket to come in, so we had something to do. We were literally just sitting there in the quiet hum of the servers when out of nowhere, the lights in the server room shut off. My mind immediately went into worst case scenario. I thought that the server room lost power, which would have been bad. Server room losing power means that the servers may shut off and we may have to manually check them all to make sure they turn back on with the emergency power and that there were no errors. I look around and see that the server rack still has green lights on it, which means that they were all good to go. I told the new guy to wait there, and I got up to go and see if the rest of the hospital lost power. When I got to the door, the switch was off, like someone had legitimately turned it off. I shrugged it off and flipped the switch back to on. The newbie asked if everything is okay, and as soon as I start telling him that it was nothing, the lights seriously flip back off. I slowly turn around, turn them back on, and start to walk backwards, back toward the desk, and I seriously watch the light switch slowly move from the on position to the off position. It was like a really weak person was slowly pushing it with one finger, just nudging it slowly, slightly down until it was off. This was enough for me, and I told the new guy that we were taking a lunch. He laughed and asked what was going on, and I told him that at that exact moment, we were going to leave the server room and go down to the cafeteria to take a lunch. I had no idea what the hell kind of spirit was having fun with us that night, but I wasn't going to agitate it any further, and I decided to just let it have its way. We went down and had lunch, then went back up to the server room. When we got there, the lights were back on, and they didn't turn themselves off after that. And while that may not be creepy to some people, it seriously freaked me out. Mostly because I was well aware of how haunted that hospital really was.